Good morning and welcome, councillors, to today's Whanganui District Council meeting for Tuesday, 26th of May. Just before we get started, I just want to acknowledge for last week, Paul Harris, Fiona's husband, went to receive his King's Service Award in Wellington for his services to the Volunteer Fire Service. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, Fiona. It's a really special time for you and your family. So good work. Thank you. So, councillors, we've got a relatively full agenda today, and we have got some visitors coming in, some submitters, as well as other presentations. So, I do want to probably try and keep to some good times if I can. But just in the normal order to start our day's business, our health and safety matters. We know where we need to exit the building and where assembly point is. It will be in this room 4. I have a leave of absence from Councillor Davies that has been previously accepted, and I have an apology for today from Councillor Davies. I'm happy to move that we received that apology. Thank you, Chris. All in agreement that we receive that apology, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carried. Thank you. So normal business, we will start our day with that affirmation, which reads, "We pledge that we will faithfully and impartially use our skills, wisdom and judgment throughout the discussions and deliberations ahead of us today, in order to make responsible and appropriate decisions for the benefit of the Whanganui district at large. We commit individually and as council to the principles of integrity and respect, and to upholding the values that we believe distinguish and enrich our district." Thank you. In regard to today's agenda items, is there any councillors that should note a conflict of interest?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to note that it just in regards to fees and charges, and one of the submissions that we've received is in regards to alcohol licensing. So I'm just noting my involvement with the DLC there. I don't think it will have any impact, but I just for transparency.
Thank you. I mean, I'm in the same boat, but I think it's, sort of on a different topic, so that's fine. So thank you. Any other councillors? Thank you. We've got a recording device as normal, Graham, and we're live streaming. Thank you. I'm not aware of any urgent business, but I'm happy to receive if there's anything in my councillors. And there has been no separately stipulated items for today's agenda, so it should all be in your agenda tab. Happy with that, councillors? Thank you. So what we'll do now is go through, we've got 2 sets of minutes to go through. Our first set of minutes is on page 4, which is from our 28th of April council meeting. I'm just going to do a quick page turn, looking for matters of accuracy. So page 4 and 5, 7, page 9. It's just email you about this. On page 8, it's just for clarity more than anything. On that 3rd bullet point in that second lot of bullet points, deferral of some Muri projects. And I wondered whether that might be better recorded, deferral of projects under direction of the Muri Community Committee. That gives a little bit of better clarity to that bullet point. Thank you. And I'm sure Dave and Chris, that's come through that meeting. So clarity on page 8 and 9, 10 and 11. Through page 22. So if there are no other corrections to those minutes, we can read them for clarity and understand the context to that. So do I have Someone willing to move that we accept those minutes to an accurate record? Thank you, Fiona. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Bobby. All in agreement that we receive those minutes to an accurate, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. Likewise, just a quick, sorry, Pauline.
Oh, can I just record an abstention as I was on leave of absence? Thank you.
That's cool, we'll do that. Likewise, we'll just,
I wasn't there for the time, I was trying to cover up to before I left.
of action after you leave. Guidance,
Probably okay.
okay,
Councillor T from good chunk of the meeting,
Yeah.
also the entire council
yeah, that's right.
has approved acceptance.
All right, thanks, Robbie. So let's just do that, same page turn and just looking for any matters arising, 5, 7. Leave on.
Page 9, I was just wondering if we heard that regarding the White Carey issue with the scraping of the headache query and was waiting on a return comment, wants to see if the case has been confirmed that they will be picking up the tab. It's page 9, 8 and 9 paragraph that crosses over both pages.
Says about the White Carey.
Yeah, the White Carey dump got dragged open, yeah.
So, Madam Mayor, I think, given that this is a commercial consideration, I think it should be discussed. Rather than,
Okay.
I said earlier in the open council, I understand, but okay.
So, we're going to PE layout to accept those minutes, so I'm happy to accept them.
and if the council's happy after
Yeah,
the public word,
yeah, you can release it.
then it can be released.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's cool, thank you. Page 9, 10, 11. 12, 13. 14, 15. Page 22. Oh, Chris, sorry.
Again, page 14, my comment again, third paragraph down. I was just wondering, awaiting the decision on that statement regarding the consent. They were vested about the vesting and they're going to come back to me after that discussion. I was just wondering if that had been resolved and we were able to.
Clear. I'm looking for a comment on the vesting of the consent versus the transfer process that we're working through.
We've confirmed that it is a transfer rather than the vesting. And if we can-
So it's not vested under the legislation as noted. Instead, you change the term to it's being, say again.
It's being transferred.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's page 14, 15, page 16, 17. 19. Thank you.
Page 19, paragraph down. I was just wondering, with the transition, we've got a figure there that has been spent today. Are we still within our, we don't foresee any surprises with the headroom for that piece of work?
Excellent. Page 20, 21. And page 22. Thank you, Chris, Steve.
Just on the first paragraph, Madam Mayor, the specific implications of the last sentence, additional information would be provided to councillors via email. I'm just wondering if we have a time frame as to when that information will be provided to us.
Can you just give me direction, are we on page?
So we're on page 20, first
Yeah.
para, last sentence.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay.
Unless it has been and I've missed it. I don't think it has come through.
No.
Seeing it at the moment.
So we will action needs to.
Yeah. Thank you.
So there. So the next is final two pages, 21 and page 22. Everybody second on those set of minutes, thank you. And that takes us to our next set of minutes, which is our presentation day on May the 5th. And we will just work through the same process. We have just looking for accuracy on page 23. 25, thank you, Brett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a very small correction on page 24, last paragraph. The question attributed to Councillor Hutt should in fact be myself in that first instance. It's correct in up top page 25, but it was I asked that question on the bottom of page 24. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got the correction noted, Graham, thank you. Any other corrections on page 24, 25? So that being the case with that minor change to the minutes on page 4 in regard to the May 5th minutes, is there someone please willing to move that we accept those minutes? Thank you, Brett. Do I have a second, please? Thank you, Chris. That we receive those minutes as a true and accurate record, all in agreement with that, please say aye. Those against? Thank you. Likewise, any matters arising from those minutes? Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the page 24, I queried about if there's ever any changes regarding the antisocial behaviour and looking for places for boy races to attend. Has Sergeant Wilson returned to us with any information to date on that? Whether we could find us if there was a place available. No, I didn't imagine he would.
Yeah.
If we could, if we can, that way we can steer. I mean, every time I turn a corner, it looks like it's been tattooed these days. You know, it's-
Right across the district, right across the
It's
region,
everywhere,
actually. It's,
yeah. If we can give.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice to give them a space to attend and control it.
We'll get that information back from Nathan by email.
Thank
So,
you.
any other matters arising from that set of minutes? That's fine, thank you. That moves us on to our known forward work program. Looking just through June into July, there'll probably be some other things populating through those. Next wee while, is there anything else that's not documented here that on the horizon?
Maybe I'll just reiterate, I sent an email out with the 2nd of June presentations council will now just be the museum visit, there'll be no council meeting.
Yeah.
And the 9th of June, we're likely to have an extraordinary council meeting, just to tidy up some matters relating to the water company. So that will be notified separately.
Okay.
So there will probably just be a short extraordinary council meeting, and the rest of the day will be council.
A workshop, so it's a full day, intentionally one for the extraordinary and workshop on the night. Okay, you've all got that probably tagged in your diaries anyway, so it's not out of the norm. Thank you, and of course June ends up being a big month as we've got the plans. Yeah, so and things will continue to happen. Great, so if we can just look at that, then on to page 30, 31. Just want to make a slight correction to the mayor's diary. The public workshop on water harvesting at Hammer Springs, I didn't attend that in the end, they were away on me, so that can be taken out. But, and if we would take any questions on any items on that diary as well. Thanks, Chris.
So it was just a question on that water harvesting, is there been a report on how it went, or was it attended well?
Any council, this was one at Hammer Springs, was any council able to get there? Any staff, have you got any sort of?
Madam Mayor, there will be a report back to CG and community in July.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Pauline.
I was just thinking, I attended the Amberley workshop or presentation, which was very well received. And there was a small group of residents here. There was good information to take away, and I've certainly dissipated that to other groups of people who weren't able to make it. So it was I think everything that the Strategy and Policy Committee had hoped for in setting that direction.
That's fantastic, thanks for that. But yeah, so as far as pages 29 to 31 and page 32, I'm not aware, there's been no further movement on the working group status and you don't know.
Nothing further, that progress column indicates what has happened today. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So nothing else to report. So with that, is someone willing to move that we receive that information, please? Agreed. All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
So now this takes us on to our first decision item today, and this is in regard to the fly-ride. Hamish, this is your paper, as noted here, this is completed in the Springfield Performance Park Management Committee, and if I can just ask you to speak to this report, and then we will consider the recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the Hammer Springs Fly Ride project has been a long-term project for the council. It had its original genesis back in 2019. We achieved some funding for it in 2020. We achieved consent for the project, but then we had significant delays through an environmental court process. And through those delays, the capital costs on the project have escalated. The Hammer Springs Thermal Pools and Spa Management Committee has conducted a thorough review that was delegated by council to progress this work, and they have recommended not to progress the project with council funding. The escalation of costs has right through the project, but in particular the build costs have escalated considerably over the intervening 5-year period, 6-year period. And technology has changed considerably for the components of the ride as well. So although the project still makes a positive return, it's not as positive as what it was, and the view of the Hammer Springs Thermal Pools and Spa Management Committee is that there are better options for council to spend money on in the Fly Ride project at the time. So that's largely the basis for the recommendation. They do note, however, that it does retain commercial value, and an investor may wish to hook up the project and carry on with it. So while the consent is still live, so council can consider those opportunities should a third-party investor come out of the woodwork. The Pools Committee had looked at alternative funding models, but hadn't found any viable options at the time this recommendation was made. So I think I will leave it there, Madam Mayor. I mean, obviously it's been a long, ongoing project, and holds considerable community interest. And by adopting the recommendation of the Thermal Pools and Spa Committee, it will effectively end council's involvement in ongoing efforts and put any ongoing speculation about the
Thanks, Hamish. Yeah, I mean, I think I just reinforce what Hamish has said, that this was a long-held dream to provide an option for the community of Penny Springs, but actually the district of Huronui, and it's come out of that sort of post-COVID time where and it was really looking at increasing bed night capability for Penny Springs, another attractor, and so it is has highlighted, it is still a very has the potential to be a really promising outcome, but it's the Penny Springs Thermal Pool Management Committee have decided to put that recommendation to our council. It just, given the economic climate and the, you know, just the vulnerability we are all in as a sector, I guess. So yeah, I'm happy to open that up for questions, and then we will look at that consideration in the recommendation. So I'm going to go to Robbie first, and then go to Steve. Thank you. Thank you, Robbie.
Yeah, just 3 quick clarifications really. It's not quick straight theory, but is there anything, we've got no contracts, commitments or anything that it's going to cost us to get out, apart from buying material, I know about that, but there's no sort of contracts or anything. And around the funds that we were given, does that stay live to keep the thing available for others in the meantime, or is it a case of if we say we're not carrying, the council's not carrying forward, that we have to pay that back? Yeah, just what's this scenario there about keeping it live as a package that someone might pick up versus if we have to repay?
So the question about contracts, no, there's no ongoing commitments, any of this, so that's all fine. The funding that we received today, no payback on that. That is committed, picked up, and does not need to be repaid. There is approximately $900,000 of funding available to progress the project, but that is due to expire very shortly, and had been kept live while we were trying to progress the project, but quite pretty shortly after this decision.
Go on, Steve. Thank you. Did you hand up, Chris?
I don't see us thinking, Mayor. Just the funds that were forwarded on to us, can they be redirected into the other project that we're talking about with the wave pool?
So we have
Direct the funds?
spent the funds that were provided.
Yes.
So the other money that we haven't claimed was specifically for this project, it can't be repurposed.
Okay, thank you. I have another question, if I may. Oh, sorry.
No, you carry on.
Oh, sure. Actually, no, I'll step back. So I'll rethink my question.
Thank you, Pauline.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through the chair. And thank you for that. I was going to ask the question about the time constraints around that remaining funding available from the PGF. You've indicated that that's due to expire very, very soon. I guess my question is how soon? And also, is it council's intention to actively continue to seek potential investors in order to realise this project? And it would seem from the report that you know, there hasn't been anything forthcoming privately as yet, but if there was in the very near future, would that PGF funding be available to them, or is it only available to the council?
So the PGF funding has been kept live well beyond its due date on the basis the council might proceed with this still. We might find a way to proceed with it. It's likely that the government will say, okay, that's done now, council has proceeded with it. So, still the potential investor turned up today, maybe. They turn up tomorrow, probably not. The Pools Committee had a good look around at investment model, how
work, but did not find any investors for the project. So there was an opportunity that money could have kept live, but decision-making process that will affect that money.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Dave, actually, you've got a question, Dave? I'll come back to you in a minute.
Sid?
Part of, sorry, Madam Mayor, part of my question's already been answered. So in the past, you have actively looked for other investors, so I'm assuming you have. And I think all it shows to me is that the cost of consultation, the consult RMA Act, and how slow it takes to get anything done has buggered the project. So it's just the cost of operating in society today. So it's a lesson learned. You're going to do something, get on and get it done.
Yes, certainly, Dave, the project can meet the majority of community and brings in involved with a huge amount of excitement, the opportunity to create a different vibe. But you know, we are in a process, we've been through a process, and that time has probably worked against the ability to actually get a spade in the ground. Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the CEO, through the Chair, to the CEO, the consent I mentioned is sitting. If we were to look at private equity taking an investment on this and progressing with it, what considerations or restrictions would they be hindered or assisted with? I like the word hindered.
So the project is on reserve and requires a leasehold license to occupy that reserve. And so that would be one factor that I need to consider.
Yep.
The consent as a right.
10 years.
So the initial window of time that the consent remains live. If someone was in line to build this attraction, they could utilise that.
Thank you.
With full respect and recognition from the team of the huge amount of work that went through consent. From the time gone through. I think that we've really done our best with this one, and I feel that it's time for the council to step back, conserve energy, some of the other big projects we've got. So I would be happy to test the water and move the officers.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, actually it's not 10, it's 5.
From
5 years
Granton.
total life or 5 years left? 5 years from the date of it's granted. So it's an amendment to the Act to
December 2024.
Same 5. It was granted.
24.
It's only we window here. Yeah. But thank you for that further information. Before I open this up to debate, we have a mover and a seconder, Robbie and Fiona, thank you. And I'm happy to receive debate around this one. But I just want to make a comment that the Pools Committee, and I'm sure down the end, have worked through this process and considered every opportunity to enable, I guess, but you know the time wasn't in our favour in this situation. So I think that it's important to recognise the suitability of the product, but actually the timing and the cost position, and I think just the whole structural integrity of council at the moment. You know, we've been sitting where you know we all know about like picking and all those other things and actually doing the right thing for our community, and I just want to recognise the work that Sarah has done since she's come into this role to actually look at all options and aspects of the viability and the doability of this fly-ride project. And you know, it's not this is just a really honest appraisal of where things are at, not just within the whole tourism industry. But I'm happy to hear from councillors speaking for or against this recommendation. Take that silence as that you are ready to vote. So we do have a recommendation that council endorses the recommendation of Hammer Springs Thermal Pool and Sewer Management Committee. Fly ride project should not be progressed by either Hammer Springs Thermal Pool and Spa or the Council. So all in agreement to that recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Any abstentions? That motion carried. Thank you. Thank you to everyone that participated in the process. Thank you, Sarah. Next. Welcome, Claire.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. We're doing okay for time, guys, so we are going to look at the development contribution policy for Light Work for Water Services Limited. You know, we've all read through the reasons for these recommendations today, and there's been some alternatives considered. But this is just another step in our process. So, Chair, I'm sure that you can articulate it way better than what I have. So I'll hand it to you and see where we get.
First thing is, it doesn't really matter who holds the development contributions policy, provided the development contributions policy is held and appropriate process is followed. And we recommend one particular approach, which is that the councils, both of them, extend their development contributions policies to the WISCO. The WISCO is okay with that approach. It's likely to develop its own development contributions policy or development levies policy, either way. You know, that's still in the pipeline. As part of the development of its water services strategy next year. It's proposed that as part of the shared services activities that the council will continue to administer the development contributions activity in the same way it does now. The only difference will be it's not permitted by statute to decide requests for reconsideration or be a party to any proceedings. Any questions?
Thanks, Claire, and we've got one coming here from Brett. So thanks, Brett.
Thank you, through the chair. Can I just ask, just on the bottom of page 36, reason for recommendation number 1, and there's the reference there, all relevant territorial authorities. Is that in relation to the changes that we're going to see with simplifying local government? Is that what that refers to? Making sure that that's encompassed.
It's referring to the fact that the policy can be held either by the councils or by the WISCO.
Thank you.
And we're proposing that it be held by the council.
So we're just talking about the relevant being either us or the company,
Okay.
not any other wider group.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Robbie. And then I'll go to you, Chris.
Thank you. Yes, I'm still trying to get my head around between development contributions and development levies. Will this be, do they come under the same policy, or will there be a new policy down the track, or I'm just a wee bit unsure about that?
Good question. At this moment, the legislation only provides for development contributions, so for the next year, that's the only option available. Further down the track, as soon as the legislation changes, there will be the option of either development levies or development contributions in the 2027 long-term plan and water services strategy. They don't have to have it the same. When we get to 2030, if the legislation is passed in the current, as per discussed, then there will be no development contributions and only have development levies.
And yeah, our policy will need to change as we, development contribution policy will need to change as we move through that process. So in the act changes, we'll have to change the policy to allow levies as well as contributions, and when we get to the final part of that enactment in 2030, then we'll have to take development contributions out of our policy and just have levies. So
At the moment, for 2027, it's proposed that we can do either or both. But we won't actually know that till we see the statute.
I guess sitting at the back of your mind and you don't while we make an assumption, you know, the difference between is the pricing factor, you know, what's going to change here, so that's, yeah, that's probably sitting behind the thinking is. Chris, I think, and then Pauline.
Yeah, just a starting question, because I've got a few, but I'll just throw one in, step back. Under section 128 of the Local Government Body Act, I read through it again last night, so I've got my head around it again, just because, you know, I like reading legal stuff. The question I'm asking is, the way this is written, I got a bit confused. Maybe I'm not the bright, well, I'm not the brightest tool in the box, but there we go. The question being that I couldn't find any obligation for us to give them our development funds or contributions, sorry. The way this is drafted, I'm feeling like we're being asked to give them our contributions. Is that what I'm reading with this document?
This document itself, you're actually, there are two different points, but both of them are valid.
They are.
The first, this one's only about the policy.
Mhm.
So what this means is that the council will collect the development contributions on behalf of the WISCO, and that the amount is going to be set in the same way it is now. There'll be no change for the people doing development between current year and the next financial year, even though we have a WISCO who's going to end up with the money. And obviously we're only talking about development contributions on water services. The proposal is that we will send the developer one invoice which will have water services and non-water services. It'll be sent out by the council in the usual way. And then the council will transfer the water bit to the water entity, because the water entity are the ones with the obligation to spend money on water services. So this is about the policy at this moment. Then we talk about the actual contributions. Under the statute, we are obliged, not this particular bit of the statute, another bit of the statute, we are obliged to transfer the unspent development contributions on the 30th of June to the WISCO. And how we're proposing to do that is to deduct it off the debt below. Is that exactly what the Act says? No, but it means the same thing. So we will be transferring the unspent balances to the WISCO as we're required to do.
So on July,
Transfer
June
date.
30th.
Transfer date, that 1 July.
Transfer date, yeah. Supplementary question through the chair again. So thank you for that explanation. So from what I'm reading now, that's changed my view on my understanding. We're only dealing with the development contributions that are relevant to the water services only, not to our construction. Perfect. Not to anything else. Okay. In the policy and the legislation, I noticed we aren't really under a lot of pressure till 2027 on this. Are we? And this is, I know this is a double question. I do get that, and the CE may be able to help with this. Are we giving away funds that we could accurately keep within our connection legally?
No. So the development contributions are collected for a specific purpose and are tied to specific projects. And so long as those projects go ahead, then we're entitled to keep the development contributions. If the projects don't go ahead, then we're probably not development contributions, they have to be funded. So development contributions are tied to a series of specific projects which make up the development contribution, and it's both part of funding. That's what paid for by development contributions. So simple answer is no. We can't repurpose it for something else.
Sure. Supplementary question.
Nor could we keep it as in a council hold, or we go back to
Sorry.
the people with it.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to keep it. That's all I'm
Yeah.
trying to
I just want-
Yeah, I got that. So that allows me my next supplementary question. So with the understanding through the chair again to the CE, my understanding from the statement is that standard contributions, as in any development, normal legal requirements, then the divvy will be the splitting of the water fund as the contribution that will be handed across to the WISCO, and the rest of it will remain with the council. Thank you. That was my understanding. Appreciate that.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, sorry.
yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Thank you for the commentary around this. I'm just in regards to the reasons for recommendation point 2, and it talks about the long-term plans for the shareholding councils providing for the collection of development contributions. So assumably, noting the officer recommendation in point 3 inside our box, we are going to administer development of the contributions, development contributions relating to the Hiranui district. So am I right in assuming that Kaikoura has a separate development policy that they will administer in the Kaikoura district? And if that is the case, are the policies, or do they need to be aligned, or are they quite different? I'm just thinking about merging, I guess, moving forward.
Great question. At this moment, they're not aligned. For example, Kaikoura has a stormwater development contribution policy, we do not. That's okay for the coming year. There's no requirement that they are aligned. Noting that it has been set for specific projects, and those specific projects are in specific locations in each district. So that's not an issue, and there is no reason that the WISCO has to make them the same, but one imagines they're going to want to at least have the same principles when they work through that process in the next year.
So we are comfortable that they are quite different at the moment, but we understand that, you know, they will prepare their own, you know, the water services entity will prepare one for 2027 to 2037.
Just note that there's no cross subsidisation between these developments.
Thank you, because that's actually where I was leading.
Streams, because they're tied to specific projects in each of our long-term plans. And when the water services company comes up with its water services strategy, it will then have the basis to calculate contributions on its own. But those contributions will be charged by district.
Sure. So supplementary question, assumably Kaikoura Council are receiving a similar paper to this, asking them. Right, thank you. Yeah, because it was the subsidisation that I guess I was wanting to traverse.
All these processes, you know, we've had copies, they go, yeah, tomorrow, with a similar paper, you know, that we've always, you know, it's not a merge as such, but it is a merging of plans and
Yes.
policy direction, so, yeah. Thank you. Is there any other questions in regard? Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, just seeking some clarity, Madam Mayor, through the chair. So section 128 of the Local Government Act gives us this provision for the development contributions, and that runs all the way through it, and subsection 1 talks about the territorial authority being able to set this up. Then when we get to subsection 3, it says for the purposes of subsection 1, the territorial authority must consult on the extended policy. So I'm just trying to understand, who are we expected, or who is expected to be consulted with, and how does that actually play out? And then how does the rest of that subsection flow through?
Good question. We're in luck. We've already done the consultation as part of the long-term plan.
Right, so that's already been covered off.
Now, there will obviously need to be issues about how it's done next year, but we'll save that problem for another day.
So for assurance from us, from our perspective here, we have covered off everything that we're required to do in order for these development contributions to be able to be put into policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, councillors, just to clarify in your own minds where we're heading and what we're doing here? So we do have a recommendation on page 36, which outlines the next steps, I guess. I'm not going to read it all, you will have read it all, and now you have greater understanding through the question time. So with that in mind, is someone willing to look at that recommendation as written on page 36 of the agenda and move to that? Agree, please? Fiona? You're clear in your mind what you're doing? Anybody want to speak for or against that? Thank you. I'm going to put that motion on written, as written on page 36, moved and seconded by Councillor Fiona. All in agreement to that, please say aye. Against? Any abstentions? That motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
Addressing the paper, so, yeah, okay, I think that would be helpful, and then we might take an early morning tea, because we have our food submitted in here, so we need to be back in the room by 10:45, so, can you provide the context around that moment?
Yeah, so page 66, the small standalone dwelling exemptions. Is, page. Some pink boxes. So the officer submission is that MB have now clarified the rules regarding the rural small standalone dwelling exemption, where we had included an additional fee to cover off the on-site disposal requirements of Environment Canterbury rules. MB have now confirmed that we don't need to do that. So what change that we're proposing is to strike out that line that says rural, that whole line, and amend the line above it to simply take out the word residential. And so the fee will be for small standalone dwelling exemption $9.48. There's no difference between rural and residential.
So it's really simplifying that.
Simplifies that. We didn't have that clarity when we put these fees and charges together, but we have it now. So
Okay.
so that's for you to consider when you consider the other submissions.
Any that makes sense to people, just with that explanatory note, if there's any questions on that, just right now, and then take an early.
Through the chair to the CE, thank you for the explanation for that. That makes good sense. I have a query though. I'm just looking through these, obviously with an interest towards a small zone or small building. The consenting process and for the plug-on watering to existing systems. I've read the submissions we've seen later today and the likes. The query I have is, what are our charges like on that area, and are we billing them for that, or is that drafting through to Environment Canterbury?
I'm not quite sure. Can you just...
Yeah, sorry, I was a bit gabbled. I do apologise. Plugging into the existing stormwater or sewage system. Let's talk about sewage systems.
Yeah,
I've missed a bit out.
There's a development contribution for
Yes.
a new connection to water or storm, water or sewer system.
Yes.
So the development contributions are applicable.
Yes.
In this case, if there isn't, you know, if that hasn't already been paid. So depends on section type. So old section may not have already paid the development contribution, and they may come through as part of the development contribution. They be charged at the time that someone connects. On newer sections, it's charged at 2 to 4, and so I've already collected. It's a secondary point. If it is an unmodelled connection, then there'll be a modelling fee to make sure that we can get water to it. Absolute capacity. So there's those fees.
Okay. I have another supplementary question again through the chair to the CE. So with that in mind, if you've got a septic system running independently on a farm and you put a granny flat on it, what sort of fees charges would be relevant to that, because it's already an existing system?
So that's an ECAN consented system.
That's what I clarified.
Yes, clear here that I'm not required to check.
No.
The ECAN consented system. So
thank you. I just wanted to get that off the table before later today. Thank you very much.
So I think what we will do is, rather than getting getting into this paper. We've got some good documentation and we've got some context around that, so we will consider that when we deliberate later. But I think what we will do in the matter of timeliness, that we break early now for morning tea. I might give you a bit of extended time for morning tea, but I would ask you all please to be back in the room by 10:40. In preparation for our first submitter who will be there in person at 10:45. Our two following submitters, both Federated Farmers and Alcohol Health Watch, are both coming in by Zoom. So I've got one in person and two by Zoom. So what we'll do is hear those submitters, just for your information, some of you might have been through the process before, but our normal procedure for hearing submission is to give them 10 minutes to speak to their submission. I will then ask and give you 5 minutes to clarify what you've heard or what you've read in the submission. It is not the time to debate that specific issue. It's about asking a question to clarify on what you've either read or heard in the submission. And then so we'll go through the 3 submitters, and then we'll come back to the paper on page 39 and work through that whole process. You're all happy with that? Thank you. We will adjourn now and be back in the room at 10:40. Thanks very much. In the room, and you're all good to go, aren't you? We're good to go. Okay. So welcome councillors back to our council meeting, and we have got 3 submitters coming in to speak to us around fees and charges. And I warmly welcome the next submitter to the table. Janine, you're not you've done it before, so it's great to have you back, and it's great to have this opportunity for councillors to hear and to question your submission that they will come prepared and read in full. And so our normal procedure is 10 minutes. And then 5 minutes for people to ask questions of what they've either read in their submission or what we've done today. But it's a lot of time we will be debating the issues that we've about. So, is comfortable with that? Yes. I mean, we probably know a few people around the room, but little bit their names here. Chris, probably Fiona's this new councillor, Steve and Brett, both from South Ward. And Chris is from Mount Barker, and you probably know the rest of the council sitting in the room. So, thank you. So how about we hand over to you, and Brian will give us a 10-minute or a 9-minute buzz or whatever it is, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
You could say I'm relentless, so thank you, Madam Mayor, and councillors for this opportunity. If you can't hear what I'm saying, I'll stand up or just let me know and I'll speak a wee bit loudly. So I have presented a similar and close to topic before, particularly on recycling, and it has been an evolving situation on the recycling front, and so often, or in the past, there's been a bit of lack of clarity, and we've sort of either confused you or I've been confused or whatever. So this time I spent time with Andrew, and I thank Andrew for his contribution to actually make sure that this presentation is clear. And there's not any question marks. So I hope there's not any question marks on what you're going to hear from me. Anyway, I'll just start by focusing on that we are talking about the commercial collectors recycling fee at the transfer station, not to be confused with the commercial fee for glass, because they are treated differently. Use this gadget. Works. And the theme for me is fairness and actually working for the Huranui community, particularly on the fairness side of things. So I've got some key messages there. And the first one is we only collect waste in Huranui. This is important because the risk to council is that with trucks coming in from our competitors outside Huranui, then they bring in content that will have Waimak waste in it as well as Huranui waste. So offering a free or exempt service means that you are actually giving people from outside the district, particularly Waimak, something that your ratepayers have paid for. So I'll stress that we do not, we even measure boundaries if we need to, or we actually get the maps out if we need to make sure that we only collect in Huranui. So that's a key point. Now, 85% of our customers that have a recycling service are households. So that will, to some extent, differ in areas where they have a wheelie service for in the council. The council provides that, but we have a very high portion of households that are actually using our service. So that hits to the fairness of the charge. And also our service it's not a premier service for many. It's actually for those that are disabled. We look after quite a lot of the elderly by going into their properties, etc., etc. Their geographical location is often a factor when it comes to access to the drop-off points or to the council service. And then there's just sheer practicality. And I said in my submission, but I'll just give you a wee bit of flavour again for it. It does include hospitals, schools, colleges, clubs and charities amongst that. So it is a service. Now, the bottom piece of the slide I give you is actually the key message that we're getting across. Our company is simply taking recycling from customers that could have taken it to the transfer station themselves and not paid a fee. And yet we are charged a fee, and logically we have to pass that fee on. So these customers have already paid for the service that they could have had free, and yet they're being charged for it again. So essentially, these customers are subsidising other ratepayers. That is my key argument around fairness. So I'll just give you another slide because I think it's relevant to look at what other councils do in this space. And I'm going to tell you that I use ChatGPT to gain this information. I think it's a wonderful tool. I'm telling you that because this is not just me going onto some websites and trying to find out what I can. This is actually a very powerful tool that has searched across all the websites in New Zealand and come back with this information for me. So what it's told me is, and I'm sure Hamish and some of you probably be able to reiterate or support or challenge some of this information, but it's told me that the variance between councils is some charge the households for recycling, some don't. Some charge commercial businesses for recycling, some don't. But none, I couldn't find any that just targeted those that collect recycling. So they allowed, there was no one I could find that didn't charge businesses, but just charged commercial collectors of the recycling. I did, because I know you frequently look at the Waimak District Council situation, and they charge commercial businesses a recycling fee, but they do not restrict it to just collectors. And also I make the point I made earlier that we have a different ratio. We have a lot of households that have wheelie bins. I suggest that collectors in Waimak because of the WIMAX service, don't have the same ratio. So here's my argument, which is on fairness. And to be fair to ratepayers, we're asking you to exempt us from that commercial collector's fee for the reasons that I've given. If you can't find it within your service to be able to do that, or within whatever you're working with, then at least charge all commercial companies, because if you're charging on the basis that they're a business, I get back to what I said before, we're just delivering on behalf of others. So if you're choosing to charge because we're a business, then charge all businesses. But by far, what the fairness is to exempt us so that those ratepayers, 85% of households, they don't get charged something they're already paying for. And I believe the commercial ones fall into that situation as well, where they will be paying rates as well, and they're already paying for these services there. And I've got the last slide, just for the councillors that come from the Huronui, from outside the main centre of Huronui. And I put this in there because it does relate to recycling, but I also think it's important to actually share this with you. We are struggling with the hours at the transfer station to be able to provide a service to the broader field. And we go right up to Harden, Waikari, we're going to Greta Valley, we're going to the Huronui Township, because the distance that we have to travel and then the limited hours of the transfer station. We did have access on Tuesday for unloading glass, but because of the contractual arrangements with your contractor, that was withdrawn. So this is how it affects us. We start at 8 o'clock, the transfer station only starts at 10 o'clock and goes to 4, and they don't open on Tuesday. Our trucks cannot start until 10 a.m. if a load must be held overnight. So we're immediately losing 2 hours in that next day. We cannot unload on Tuesday. On Tuesday, it's our glass collection day. So we have 2 trucks that we have to put out on the road to bring the glass in, and they sit overnight. And then we can't actually get them into the transfer station till 10 a.m. the next day. That's our recycling day. That puts our recycling run at risk, because when we have to go up to the broader area, we've only got 6 hours to work within to get it back. So the pressure on us is significant. We had to withdraw the glass service to Harden Waikari, and the recycling service is under pressure at the moment for exactly the same reasons. We're not asking for terribly much. We just want every second Tuesday to be able to unload twice or once a day. And failing this, if we can't have that, just to get in at 8 o'clock on Wednesday. And rather ironically, it's my last sentence.
Yeah, that's right. You're doing just fine, Janine. Yeah.
Ironically, if you weren't charging us a recycling fee, then you wouldn't even need anyone on the weighbridge. The contractors are already there. One of the complications is putting on weighbridge staff to actually collect the money from us. So if you weren't charging the recycling fee, that problem would go away. So it would serve a number of situations. And just the other thing point I make is that this is fun, that you're promoting recycling and encouraging recycling. So why doesn't that same encouragement apply to collectors of those recycling products? And I just reiterate the last point, which we're not actually a premier service. We're essential service for a lot of people in the area. Is that what I mean?
Actually, that's well covered, and I just want to commend you for your written submission as well, because some really relevant points and articulated that message through. So in today's further voice was through that. So as I said before, it's 5 minutes for questions from councillors, just to clarify in their mind either what they've heard or what they've read in the submission. So I'm going to open that out now, councillors, to see if there was any further questions that you may have of Janine carry with your submission. Oh, Pauline and then Chris.
Thanks, Janine. I just wondered, do you have any numbers in regards to how many households you do service? I don't know.
Yes, there's 180. This is in the Paranui district, 180 recycling customers, and 100, and I'm going to do a sort of a calculation here, 100, it'd be 160 that are households. Or I put charities, I put government or hospitals and things like that into that more household category, because I believe that's the typical recognition of them.
Thank you. Supplementary question, if I may. And when you are collecting and delivering the recycling, what processes are in place to ensure control of contamination?
That's a good question. We lift the lid and we can see what's in it. When it's if we do see contamination, we won't take it away, or we'll remove the contamination itself. Often they'll have a rubbish bin there as well, so therefore we'll remove the contamination. When it's taken to the transfer station, then if we see any contamination come out, we try to identify where it's come from. Sometimes you can, just because of the types of products. We contact that person and we tell them that there is a situation with, and we also have labels on our bins that tell them exactly what goes in there, and we work with them on it. And then if we can't solve the problem, and we haven't been able to not solve the problem yet, sometimes they themselves will actually choose to say, oh look, that's just too hard for my family, and they will just give us back the bin. So we take it quite seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your submission. Just so I understand this, you're asking us to give you access for those 2 hours pre. That's what you've come here to ask for.
I come here to argue the fairness of the recycling fee. That's the primary
Fee, is
reason.
it?
Yeah.
Then
But
that,
I have given you some information on some of the constraints that we're facing.
can I put a supplementary question then? You're a profession, you're a business.
Yes.
You charge for your recycling to the people in the households as they choose to use you, is that right?
Correct.
And it's commercially sensitive, so I won't ask what those fees are. How many commercial clients do you actually have outside the household environment that you've
for the
quoted?
for the recycling service? So it's about 20.
Commercial entities.
If I can just respond to that, could be a bit ugly, but if you were concerned about the commercial content, we would be happy to take an 85%. We give you a ratio, 15% commercials. We would be happy to take an 85% reduction on that.
There was noted in your submission, the 85% over the 20 hours.
Well, yeah, the 85% is the figure, but I didn't put in my submission.
So I thought I saw that there. My mistake, I apologise. Can I have another supplementary question through the chair?
Because I need to go today.
Oh, and I'll sit back and I'll relent for
There
that.
you go.
Yeah, thanks for your submission. Competition always gets results, and if I was looking at my business as a solution, have you looked at and what would be, I was trying on the slide, take your recycling on a Tuesday or whenever you to the Waimak centre, so would that make your business work, or what would that cost? I was trying to work out what would they charge you compared to us.
I don't believe they would charge us anything different to what any other commercial entity goes in through the transfer station. So it would be the same fee. There is the travel, and also it's a bit of a change in landscape. I believe the council is still going to introduce a glass service in Amberlin. Yeah. So the volumes will drop off then. It's not viable at this point in time, and I don't believe it's the travel. We've got drivers' times to take trucks across there. We've got just the travel distance, and we all know what fuel's like at the moment. So we have considered, at the moment it's not viable. We're trying to work within what we have.
Thanks, Grant. Just cracking another couple of questions, so Robbie and these things.
Thanks, Nick. I do understand your point. And the risk of shooting yourself on the foot on the business, like a trailer, I load it up every week, nicely folded to the cardboard, cardboard down, comes off for free. And so your question is about the fee that you do that same task. Presumably you still charge your freight costs or whatever, first hire trailer will help you put it in your truck, they're gonna pay that. My question really is around, is the collection of you're doing what, wheelie bins?
Sorry?
Are you doing wheelie bins or what your collection? I'm trying to figure out what's the different collection thing that you do, is it areas where the council don't do or?
A lot of wheelie bins, some of them are very large wheelie bins.
Yeah.
Some, they have big cages of which our drivers unload themselves. But just to your point, is that our argument is really around the fact that the households are being captured in this. And so that's really where I'm really pushing the argument. If we can't break through that, then it's got to be fair. You're a business, we're a business. If we're being charged because we're a business, you should be charged too.
I don't want to shoot yourself in the foot, I understand.
Yeah, and I gave the example, we did a very efficient run for a customer, a commercial customer, and we had to pay $100 to unload, which they didn't have to pay. It's inefficient for them to continue doing that.
I'm just conscious of the time and the fairness of it, so Steve, you've got a quick
Thank
question.
you, yeah, Madam Chair, just through the chair. Thank you, Janine. The question is primarily directed over in this direction. So is there a recycling fee covered for commercial businesses through our rates? So is there a portion of the commercial rates that covers recycling? And if so, why is a further charge placed when these guys come in having delivered that recycling?
If I may, you need to hold on to that statement for when we debate the process of, pricing.
I'll try and remember it.
Yeah, that's right, pricing structure. I think that's a debatable question.
Okay.
But I think the messages are being received today. But I've got a couple of quick questions. You talked in your written submission about, signing a statement to say we only provide. Do you have in your mind how we might monitor that if that was an agreeable position? Because that could end up being quite difficult.
Someone referred to commercially sensitive. I'm quite happy to share any information with you to actually demonstrate that. I'm even happy to answer the question that was on the price we charge for recycling bins. But so therefore we could give you customer lists, there's a number of means. The credibility of our company is that we'd sign that statement and we wouldn't go outside of it.
And just coming back to the contamination, if it's if there was an allowance to go in outside of ours and there was contaminated waste or recycling, that means that the staff would need to work through that to ensure that the contamination was either disposed of in a rubbish site. So there would be some costs. I guess you understand that there would be some costs if you're without if you came in and dropped it off at 8 o'clock in the morning and there's a contamination, there would be a cost to that.
I don't see the process would be any different than us dropping it off at 10 o'clock.
Right.
So I think it's just a time consideration. With contamination, the transfer station will pick us up on contaminated loads currently. We haven't had one for a while, but they do have the ability to actually charge us the full price of waste if the contamination is such.
Look, I think we've had a good consideration of what we heard, what we read, and some questions clarified. So thank you for your time this morning. I'm over we've got someone waiting in the waiting room here. So we'll be looking at this paper through who.
Did anyone want some slides? Because I can leave a copy of the slides there if they want.
Maybe just send it through to Graham and he can send it through to councillors.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your time. Welcome, Lionel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Lionel, speaking here for Whanganui District, I understand that you are speaking on behalf of the Federated Farmers today in their submission, and so our usual process, actually I do need to apologise, we're 5 minutes late, but our usual process would be to offer you 10 minutes to speak to your written submission, which councillors have all read. And then I will open up the floor for 5 minutes for councillors to further question and clarify either what they've read or what they've heard in regard to the Federated Farmers submission. We will monitor the time, so we'll have a wee buzzer at about 9 minutes ahead of your 10 minutes. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And firstly, I apologise on behalf of my colleague who actually wrote our submission. She's unable to be here, so yeah, I'm going to try and fill her shoes, so to speak. I don't intend to speak for long at all, but would appreciate, I think it's probably more valuable to have a discussion. Yeah, there are a number of things we expressed concern about in our submission. Upfront fees for new dwellings on rural properties, development contributions, particularly related to water services for rural properties compared with urban ones. We also made a comment about LIM charges and how these might be considerably greater for rural properties because of their greater complexity. But one thing we were particularly concerned about is fees for permitted activity monitoring. As you're only too well aware, the new resource management legislation proposes greater use of permitted activities along with greater monitoring of permitted activities, or possibly monitoring of permitted activities that weren't even monitored in the past. Our concern is how this is all going to be implemented, and we're keen to avoid the possibility where, you know, a bit of red tape might be reduced by having permitted activities instead of, say, restricted discretionary or whatever. And we're certainly in favour of that. We've long advocated for greater use of permitted activities, but we wouldn't like to see a situation develop where activities are monitored under a new regime, whereas yeah, for those activities that have always been permitted and were never monitored in the past. Yeah, so those were some of our concerns. So yeah, I'd be delighted if you people could respond to the issues we raised, and I'm very happy would be delighted to partake in any conversation about them.
Right. Thank you, Lionel, for that, and for stepping in for your colleague in her absence today. So
I'm actually having trouble hearing you now.
Oh, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so we'll make sure that our questions come through with real clarity for you. So you're happy, you've spoken to your submission, and now I'll just open it up for question time for councillors.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So councillors, you've got in front of you the Federated Farmers submission, and they have identified some areas of concern, and Lionel has spoken to those now. So I am going to open it up for questions in regard to what you have read or heard this morning. But please, just so that Lionel can hear, please speak as clearly and as you can in that regard. So are there any questions, councillors, in regard to the Federated Farmers submission? Thank you, Robbie. So I've got Councillor Robbie Brereton coming through, Lionel.
Thank you.
the urban rural gap, if I'm reading this right, it's, the submission saying that it's dropped 33% from 1,700 to 1,140. I'm looking seeing it as 1,740. So in this really, page 6.
So what paragraph is that?
When you're looking at fees and charges,
Yeah, fees,
67.
Is this the proposed fees and charges that you're?
yeah, it is. Just fine.
Yeah, my apologies. I did try to have a look at that, but it had disappeared off your website. As I say, I didn't write the submission, so I didn't read it before the submission deadline, and I guess you must have taken it down after.
On page 68, I think I just misread, it's actually the urban one's gone up there.
yeah, so what Robbie is talking about here, and I guess questioning, Lionel, from your perspective in regard to the urban rural differential, I guess, and
Yeah.
the district, so the development contribution for district urban water has gone from 1,700 to proposed 1,740.
600.
And what else is there, guys?
Rural water is increased as well.
Rural water, yeah, from 4,560 proposed to 4,670. So we uplift in that as well, and I guess that's what you're questioning.
Yep.
So we will look at that and when we debate these issues. But if there's any other questions from councillors, we'll put an asterisk by that one. So, is there anything else, councillors, in regard to the talk about development contributions, the reserve management and the limbs? Not sure whether there's anything more you want to highlight there, because it's probably more a generic issue as opposed to a fees and charges issue, Lionel, that you are highlighting for us here today.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah. And likewise, there was a discussion around infrastructure and roading, making, I guess, highlighting the importance of good roading network, so that products can be delivered to market and or services to our farms as well. And I guess that's what you're highlighting here for us to consider in its in a full intent, as opposed to a fees and charge criteria that we're talking about today.
Yep, that's fair comment.
Yeah. So just looking around the room, councillors, is there any other questions we have to further understand the Federated Farms submission here today? Chair, will you? I've got a question here from Chris Garland from Mount Live.
Just a couple, thanks, Donald. You mentioned water tampering and compliance fees. There's a cost for resetting a restrictor after it's been tampered with the second time. You would want more education approach. I'm assuming that after it's been tampered with the first time, there would be an education approach here. And do you not feel that it's fair that after the second time that there is actually a penalty?
Yeah, we're certainly not in the business of defending deliberate tampering. If something happens kind of accidentally, as people are dealing with their water systems, I guess that's one matter. Deliberate tampering is quite another. So if that distinction can be made, then yeah, we certainly are not defending that sort of behaviour.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what Chris is highlighting, that one would expect that education could go on, but it's not. We're not in the business of either having to forfeit those costs to have the tampering reset either. So there's got to be some sort of imposition there to try and curb that behaviour. I'm just keen to understand, you talked about emergency water and tanker bills, really talking about a charging for in dry periods. I think it's as a council, and I'm going to ask officers for some support around this, but generally we've tried to enable or support when in dry periods or when peculiar things happen when we're looking to get a quick bill. It's our general practice to do that, to supply that with, with good reason. Is that correct, Andy? Yeah, so that's a general practice of our council line, or that gives you a sense of comfort that we would work with the landowner, particularly you talked about dry periods, but for a one-off exceptional circumstance, we would be working with the farmer of that particular case. Is there any other comment you'd like to make there?
No, I've got nothing. Well, I guess we're just seeking recognition that in difficult circumstances, then a reasonable approach should be adopted, because there's obviously human and animal welfare issues involved when you start talking about water supplies.
Yeah, correct. Thank you, Lionel. I think we're in the shared understanding around that. I've got a final question coming now from Councillor Chris Martin. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Lionel, thank you for your time. Point 14, regarding the open-ended costings for LIMS, business operations, etc. What would you deem as probably something you're more aiming for in that section 14? We request the move to an open hourly rated business, rural operation, LIMS, etc. It's highly improbable that they can be completed within the standard 2.5 hour window. Am I understanding you're requesting a sort of a capped set cost per rural with maybe travel attached or something like that?
Yeah, just to make the whole thing a little bit more predictable cost-wise, I guess.
Yep. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lionel. I think that you've exhausted all of the questions from around the table here. We've got a little bit more work to do before we deliberate on our fees and charges. But I thank you and the organisation of Federated Farmers for showing interest in and supporting and giving some insights from your perspective into the fees and charges and the other issues that you highlighted today. So thanks very much for your time.
And thank you all very much for your time and your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Lionel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer and Andrew. Hello, Jennifer.
Kia, I hope you can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Jennifer, welcome. My name is Mary Black and I'm the Mayor of the Haranui District, and we welcome your submission here today on behalf of Alcohol Health Watch. We are working through councillors. We've got councillors in the room here. They have read your submission. It's in their agenda pack, and our normal procedure is that we will offer you 10 minutes to speak to your submission. And then I will open the floor for question time, which will provide about 5 minutes to question either what councillors have read in your submission or heard as you read through your submission now. So are you comfortable with that?
Absolutely.
Thank
you.
All right, look, the floor is yours. So Jennifer, it's just yourself. I've got Andrew Galloway named as well, but is it just yourself speaking?
Yes, so it is just myself today. Andrew's had to go on leave just for today. So kia ora morena, Jennifer Lamb, Policy Advisor at Alcohol Health Watch, and thank you for giving our organisation the opportunity to make this submission on licensing fees as part of the feedback on the proposed fees and changes for 2026-2027. We are a national organisation providing credible, up-to-date evidence and advice regarding alcohol policy and planning matters. We coordinate the cross-council local alcohol policy network and other projects that support the sector and communities. And as you probably know, and we know, of all drugs available to our society, alcohol is the most harmful. Alcohol is the leading cause of preventable death, injury, and ill health in Aotearoa, New Zealand. The harms are far-reaching and deeply felt by individuals, whānau, and communities. And alcohol places a significant burden on the district and in fact the whole region, and nationally it costs over $9.1 billion annually. And we know what evidence there is an underestimate of the total burden of disease that particularly affect vulnerable groups and those at greatest risk, young people, Māori, Pacific peoples, and those in high socio-economic deprivation areas. And we are here today to speak about alcohol licensing fees and to encourage the council to make an alcohol fees bylaw that would enable fees to be set that reflect the costs incurred by the council in administering, monitoring, and enforcing alcohol licensing. So local government has a key role, as you know, in supporting the system of control over the sale and supply of alcohol. The alcohol licensing regime and fee setting is an important component of that system and part of a package of measures which, when used comprehensively, can create safer environments and significantly minimize rates of hazardous drinking and subsequently alcohol-related harm. This includes alcohol control bylaws, local alcohol policies, and other related plans and policies. And although the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012 envisaged full cost recovery for alcohol licensing, the fees prescribed in the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Fees Regulations 2013 have not kept pace with the costs of, that councils face. As a result, councils have raised concerns that they are effectively subsidising their alcohol licensing work, including monitoring and enforcement through general rates. The shortfall in revenue is likely to worsen, we believe, if the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Improving Alcohol Regulation Amendment Bill is enacted, and that bill's currently before Select Committee. The bill is expected to change the risk-based cost formulas for clubs and restaurants and introduce additional administrative requirements relating to the standing of objectors, certification requirements, right to respond, changes to renewals of licenses and related processes. And these proposed changes are likely to place further pressure on council resources, particularly licensing inspectors, with the potential for additional costs to arise through future and as yet unknown regulations made on the recommendation of the Minister. While the alcohol fees on the council's website indicate that fees and the regulations will continue to apply for 2026-2027, we encourage the council to make a specific bylaw, just as a growing number of other councils have done, to cover the actual costs of alcohol licensing in the district as far as it is allowed. So an alcohol fees bylaw can be made at any time, and it is a logical option for the council, even more so given the predicted increase in costs and a lot of uncertainty even with the hospitality review and other things in the pipeline. The council's setting of realistic fees would meet the policy objectives of the licensing regime, namely to recover the total reasonable costs incurred by the council in administering the alcohol licensing system, to ensure that those who create the greatest need for regulatory effort bear the commensurate costs, to allow local circumstances to be reflected in the fees paid by operators and income received by the council, to minimise alcohol-related harm to the extent that this can be achieved through a cost recovery regime. So an alcohol licensing fees bylaw that sets fees that reflect the true cost of alcohol licensing, we think, and I hope you agree, that it is not only an effective harm reduction measure, but also supports positive community outcomes and aligns with the council's strategic goals. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission, and happy to take questions.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for that full and thorough review of your submission today. So thank you. What I'll do now is just open it up for councillors to question, and then we will get to carry on with your day, and we will carry on with ours as well. So thank you. So councillors, is there any questions that you have from Jennifer in regards to today's submission? Gosh, Jennifer, there's nobody coming forward. You must have given a really good message, and I think the clear messages that I have heard is, you know, urging council to consider an alcohol-free bylaw, and the subsidisation of general rates to cost recover as an effective mechanism around reduction of alcohol harm. So I think that's the messaging that I've heard from you today, and councillors will consider that in the fullness of time as well. So
Thank you very much. If you want more information, just say, but particularly about other councils' bylaws.
that's great. Thank you. Thanks very much for your time today, and we will evaluate this in our process as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Bye.
Right. So councillors, we do from our three submitters now around the rubbish and recycling and the Federated Farmers and the alcohol health watch. And some of the submissions you will note reflective of fees and charges, and others have got a wider process, I guess. So, but what we have in front of us now is page 39 of our agenda, which is the draft submission on fees and charges. And we've had that discussion on page, on the small standalone dwelling exemption. We've had that opposite submission, and we've had around that as well. So, Amish, this has got your name beside it. I'm going to ask if you can speak to that further, if there's anything new that you would like to highlight, and then we can work through what we've heard in the submissions. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, council previously approved the draft fees and charges to go out for consultation. We've now heard from the submitters, and may change your minds on some of the fees and charges and how they charge. I believe that you, so you've heard from three submitters, and so the opposite submission on standalone. It's now for you to consider those submissions and deliberate and make a decision on the fees and charges going forward.
Through Madam Mayor, I actually, on behalf of the Residents Association, they had a meeting after we've been out with the fees and charges. And they've asked me to make a late submission on their behalf. I sent an email this morning with the decision that they made at their last meeting. And that was on behalf of the Turunui Theatre Group, annual fee for their rehearsals, gatherings and productions. They normally pay a daily fee, but they agreed to go to an annual fee of $2,000.
So this will be under the Waipara Memorial Hall. There will be a new line saying annual fee for $2,000.
There is, it's not other than the fee for the Memorial Hall.
71.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so it'll be under the Waipara Memorial Hall.
Yes.
And it'll be another line to say theatre group, fees and charge. Annual charge $2,000.
Yes.
Is that what we're saying?
That is their request.
And has that, have the theatre group, do they, I mean, is that?
They came to a meeting and they made an application.
Yeah.
There was a discussion at the most recent meeting.
Yeah.
And I can have the minutes forwarded. I've got an email, I'm happy to send that through. The request come from the secretary.
Yeah. Is that, are we okay to just insert that and give them the background to that?
No, I mean, it's a late submission, like the officer submission was a late submission, you can consider it, and you can say, no, we want further evidence, we can say, yes, we accept that. I mean, it seems like it's been through a relatively robust process in that community.
Okay. Sorry.
am I able to
Yeah,
move on? Yeah,
Yeah, no, I think we're settled, we understand that that's,
quite comfortable.
we've accepted that from the process, and I guess I was just thinking about no surprises approach, you know.
Yes,
so
yeah,
totally
it's not a
understand.
surprise to your community with your tech process.
Yes, I was going to ask that question, had the theatre group been consulted, but you've already covered that off. Just while we're talking about halls, just a question, I guess, for discussion. The very last line, point number 8, permanent users of the hall will be, the very last, but fee waivers must be applied for in writing, which relates to the Waikari Hall. I just wondered about the application of that to all halls. Is that something that we can consider as part of this process? I'm just aware of some disparity in some communities in regards to waivers.
Well, I think, I mean, this actually came up at the Cheviot community meeting the other night, when I was out ordered some discussion about waivers, but I understand that there is a policy around waivers that Dan talked about at Cheviot meeting, so it might be that we actually have a look at that policy, and so we all have a shared understanding, so each community hall could understand what that might mean, and then community committees would apply the policy or not, you know. I haven't seen the policy of late, but I just wonder whether if we might be better off to have a look at that policy to see how it might overlay across the district.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I guess ahead of a policy, I was thinking about just ensuring that the committees or boards responsible for those halls have the opportunity to be aware of a waiver, rather than how they might approach it.
Most communities would understand about a waiver. The waivers
Yes,
we
I'm
go
just-
through community committees for a wee while now, so
Yeah.
how they apply that, I guess, is it's a bit tricky.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a case that I'm aware of where a waiver has been, I understand, has been given, but it hasn't gone to the committee or community involved in looking after that particular facility. So I guess I'm thinking ahead of the policy and how that policy is administered, but actually something that just ensures that waivers are decided by the community. Not necessarily committee, it might be a smaller community, but I'm happy to leave that there, and we could look at that policy, but yeah, I was just looking for a methodology to ensure that that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware also, Pauline, that I think that you're right, it's become a little bit reactive, and we're not getting good governance, I guess, about managing that process, so I would quite like to look at the policy to see if that could be applied to try and manage or minimise some of the issues that maybe you're talking about now.
Yeah, and I'd be happy for that as an action point. And I just thought it was interesting that Waikari has that specifically there, and that might be something that, you know, this process might lead to for other facilities.
And I think, Chris, you'll know, Waikari's actually asked that specifically, didn't they?
They did, yeah, I asked, that was brought up in our meeting, yes.
Okay, so
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Just, there was areas discussed like Anzac Day, funerals and the likes of that, where that waiver would be applicable. That would probably roll out as well to volunteer if a funeral was being held in the hall. A donation might be considered, but that was where the waiver document and discussion started.
Yeah, I think it's a really good statement.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you.
So, yeah.
Through the chair, question page 80 down the review footnotes. Number 8. Fee for water usage will be as per tank fills 55 per 10,000 litres or any part thereof. And reflectant to the other charge mentioned of $421 per filling, could somebody explain to me the crossover clarity to clarify what that means? we've been informed earlier today that there is presently emergency water and tanker fills are running at $421 for emergency supply. Is that the fee just for the supply, and then there's a surcharge for the water over and above that at 55? Am I reading that correctly, or is that an inclusive costing? And if so, I couldn't quite calculate how that would work.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, thank you first.
Yeah.
Can anybody help us with that?
I'm just looking at it here to see what part of this 0.8 applies to.
Yeah, I
was
can't
trying to
find it
find
either.
That's why I asked.
So emergency, if you look there, emergency additional supply, it's got 4 in brackets, and there is the $421. So, what?
Can't see an 8 anywhere.
In the red, at the bottom.
Yes, no, but I can't
Oh,
see
you can't-
where that footnote applies.
Yes, that's what I can't quite understand. either.
Dan, do you read them on this? So we're looking at page 80. In the footnote number 8. Fee for water usage will be as per tanker fills, $55 per 10,000 litres or any part that thereof. Is that people that are taking water from the network? You can't see what that number 8 applies to. Okay. I suspect this is people where this isn't to do with us taking water from people's places, where someone's filling something directly from the network. So, tanker or whatever directly from the network.
It's just these new tanker filling hydrants you're putting in. So I assume
what it might apply to, but it needs some clarification.
Yeah, but there's no other.
Yeah, just seemed a bit open-ended. I didn't quite understand that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. We could get some response on that. Thank you.
Rightio. So let's come back now, and I want to go through the 3 submitters. And what I want to hear from you is the issues that could be considered with the submission from, and first and foremost, the Hiranui Rubbish and Recycling. On page 44, there are some options, I guess, and some consideration. I think the timing or the opening hours, page 50, 52, we're looking for these changes, but that's probably a long time with coming with, because that's a variation to the resource consent, so it's probably not something that's going to give an immediate or an ability to give an immediate effect to. So, yeah, I need to hear from you what you've heard and what needs to be considered in regard to the fairness that we've heard about today, and the potential for a declaration around exempting Hiranui area for a collector's fee to be continued, or so I'm keen to hear what your options are around that. So thank you, Dave, we can head off the rank.
Yeah, so for clarification for the opening of the transfer station, we're limited on the hours that we can open to the public. Would that be limited to, like I use the example of Ravensdown, where they might not be open for public, but there's a card-based system where contractors can come in out of hours and pick up the product and do it. There's a resource management conditions restricting any work in the transfer station, or can our staff, surely our staff can be there, or our contractors do a work around.
Yeah. So what you're really saying is there some options that might be doable outside of normal business hours that give.
We're not saying
yeah,
we're open to the public on that. Like the analogy I'm using is Ravensdown is not open, that the trucks can go into a Ravensdown outside normal opening hours, and then that's that trust relationship that we have with those providers. Is that a workaround?
It's something we need to discuss, I guess, flesh out as to what the options. Can I ask staff to involve with that? Is there any other intended consequences to having that type of system? Yes, Dan?
Madam Mayor, I'd need to check, but I think that we are operating to the fullest extent of the operating hours allowed under the resource consent.
So to use Dave's pragmatic approach, you know, that would trigger the variation of the resource consent as we know it at the moment, even for someone to come in and discharge into the pit and drive out immediately.
That's right, Madam
We
Mayor.
wouldn't be able to have any.
We are, so that you are aware, we are having conversations with those in the immediate vicinity to see whether they would support an extension to the resource consent. So that's working train at the moment.
And Madam Mayor, just further that, I note the Tuesday issue. Now, Tuesdays are the busiest day at the transfer station. It's our day of biggest collection, when we're collecting stuff. Yes, we used to have an arrangement where we allowed them on Tuesday and disruptive for our operations, allowing people with Tuesdays to operate in that area. So that's why Tuesdays.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because we've heard about the knock-on effect and the ability to make things work, you know, but good option to tease out. But got a few hands up now, and I'm just going to go to Chris and Pauline, and then I'll come around this side of the table. So thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to get my head around. We have operators that collect rubbish and recycling in parts of our district, and then these guys are running a business that's collecting recycling sort of alongside those, I guess, in a sense. So are those contractors that are collecting recycling for us, are they allowed to use that transfer station outside of those hours? Is that?
Madam Mayor, I think the team are trying to accommodate as many people as often as they possibly can, but I can't speak for every scenario, but I do know that they operate and they can help people out.
I think we've got 3 commercial businesses, is that correct, that would provide the same sort of services as we do today, is that correct?
Yep. So we have a contract with a company which collects does the curbside collections and operates some of our transfer stations, including so it's a contract to do that. There are, I think, 2 or 3 businesses that do private collections and utilise our transfer stations. So that's the situation. They operate on a commercial basis. They know certainty of fees and charges up front, and I think what they're asking for is a reduction in those fees and charges. I didn't hear anything about a commensurate reduction in the fees that they charge, but that's a commercial matter between them and their customers. But, the question that was being asked was, is it fair? And that was what was being put to you.
Sorry, just supplementary to that. So the other commercial entities that are doing our curbside recycling, that's a cost to us as a council.
So properties that are on the collection route pay a rate. Purchase council bags and put their recycling out in those bags. So they pay.
they do pay for those recycling bags. So there is actually a cost, not just through rates.
No, but the recycling bag is considerably cheaper than the waste bags to try and encourage people to divert waste from the.
Yes.
From the waste stream.
But that was not clear in that submission that people are actually still paying to get their rubbish collected or their recycling collected via curbside.
I think the point is that you can take your recycling to the transfer station as a private individual.
Yes.
Or a business. Yes. And you're not charged the gate fee. Whereas if you're a company that's engaged in the business of aggregating waste and or recycling and bringing it in, you are charged a gate.
Yes, but just to get clear on this, if it's free for a household customer to take it to the transfer station, but it costs them if they put it on the curbside in a bag.
Okay.
So there, yeah, okay. Just change things a little bit.
And that's across all of our urban communities that pay waste charge on their rate.
Yes.
So that enables them to have that curbside.
Yes, but there's still an additional charge.
Yeah, that's right. Pauline, I think I have you with a question, then I've got Steve, Chris and Drew, is that correct? Yep, so thank you, Pauline.
Yeah, look, two things if I may. Can I just get clarity around the Tuesday? Is that directly linked to the resource management consent hours that we are limited to, or is it more linked to our curbside collection, our contract and the busyness on a Tuesday, or is that all intermingled?
Sorry, I'm just. Does the resource consent allow for public operation on Tuesdays?
Yeah, I guess that's I mean, we understand the busyness and the contract as well.
I don't think it does.
I don't know, but what I can tell you is that it's very busy here
Yeah,
on a Tuesday.
yeah.
And because they're tipping into the pit a lot of material that they have to deal with, there isn't the opportunity for individuals to come in or businesses
Sure.
to come in and tip in the pit at the same time as we're using the pit for sorting the big volume of rubbish that we're doing on the day.
Yeah, sure. I understand that, but I am interested to know whether it is a resource consent hours for a Tuesday, or whether we might be able to think outside this for a bit. And I guess secondly, perhaps Steve, I just wanted to revisit Steve's question earlier, but you might be going to do that. So I'll let you do that then. I'm quite keen to hear that answer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam through the Chair. So the question, a little bit premature, was around, is the recycling fee for commercial premises actually covered in, is there a fee taken within our rates for commercial premises? And if there is, why should there be
Okay, I found this on the web, but take it.
Sorry, he's going to tell you.
And if so, is there why should there be a further fee charged for a commercial drop-off? And I've read Andrew's response, so I understand where he's coming from in terms of gross tonnage and process. But if we're already capturing a rate for commercial recycling, why are we then capturing a rate for commercial recycling again further downstream? Why is the first rate not sufficient? And is that not just double dipping?
Jace, I'm going to you for the first part of the question. So a commercial property, is a commercial property charged a rate for waste?
Yes.
So yes, it is. Right. First part of your question.
Yes.
Regardless if it's urban or rural?
If it's within the collection area, it will be charged. So that is the key.
The question whether it's fair and appropriate charge, I guess, is one for you to decide, not for me to answer.
So just to ensure that I've got this right. So a commercial property is charged for a recycling fee. And so the question would be then, is it fair to charge that same commercial property again at the gates to have that dropped off by a commercial operator?
Yeah, and that's a question for you to answer, not for,
Yeah.
not for me. It provides potential justification for that, and then that could be to do with the volume of waste produced by those commercial properties. Volume of recycling produced by those commercial properties. And I can give an example that I'm a trustee of a trust that owns a commercial property, also a residential property, and when it was used for both, it was paying 2 waste rates because there were 2 activities at the property. So the volume of recycling generated by the business is far more than the volume of recycling in the household produced.
So supplementary, amendment through the chairman to that, do we not have a mechanism for evaluating a commercial premises to get an indication of the types of volume it would have in terms of recycling waste? So a paper making factory that has cardboard boxes every day coming out of it is going to generate far more gross tonnage than a post shop that has very little, because most of them is going through the mail elsewhere. So do we not weigh those things? I don't mean physically, but evaluate that in terms of the rate setting contribution?
You could involve setting an individual rate for each property, and then the waste stream might change during time. So you know, put down a ban, or we just set a blanket, you're this type of business, therefore we're going to charge this much. But I think we would run into a lot of issues trying to do that, and it would be a lot of work. So.
Thank
Thank you.
I've
Thank
got
you.
Chris, and then I've got Brett. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair. I'll talk briefly on what we read and then I'll explain. This is a company that charges fees that are chosen by the person as the user to acknowledge or reach out for their services. There's no, they're not being compelled to do it. There's no legal entity for them to, they choose to do it. The submitter also noted their contamination control, etc., but that'll be part of their terms and trades that they, or those who've decided to use their services, have agreed to. Shimp charges, the firm charges a set fee, and from all accounts is profitable according to what's available on the local government body and the company's files when one looks to have a look at the assessment of their annual turnovers. That's something that we have to take into consideration. This is a profit-making business. People who use it choose to use it for their own entity, and they are able to raise their hands, and so do commercial entities as well, because not all of us have the time to put it on our trailers ourselves and do like I do and others in the community do. They don't. They choose to use the service. We still offer a service that is available at the gate in accordance to what we've already heard today. Now, take that into mind along with the response by Andrew Brown, and being on the Waste Committee and having attended and have looked into it quite extensively because of something that's on my desk. I'm well aware that the Tuesday situation is a health and safety issue as well as a consenting issue. So they cross over one another. Then volume is very high at that point of the day, and it causes a lot of issues going forward on the health and safety. And under the Health and Safety Act, I won't bore us with it today, but it would expose the council or our contractor at that time. There is that element of discussion. Whether it's relevant, it's still a point of discussion. So you combine those two elements together, along with the request, which I've mentioned over the asking of an 85% reduction in fees, when it's a profiting company that's chosen by its end users to buy and use the service. We're not making them use it. I can't speak in favour of this motion myself. I speak against it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Consider that and you hold on to those thoughts as
Yes,
well.
yes, yes.
Brett, I need to hear from you, to be sort of thinking around, the way we're heading as far as
Yeah.
this, charge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So through the chair, I've really, I guess, got my own observations as opposed to questions as such. I'd probably take a more pragmatic view than Chris in relation to the commercial aspect. I don't know whether it should really concern us as to whether they're making money out of the collections. This is, I think, we take a larger overview. There's going to be less vehicle movements at the transfer station with the service being used. As far as the contamination issue, they're better placed. We've already got an issue with 24-hour drop-off service with contamination. These guys with targets in place are better placed to manage that contamination than what people at 24-hour drop-off service have. Will it set a precedent? Yes. Are there any other operators doing the same service? No. So overall, I think it supports our recycling drive. Their offer to open up the customer makeup shows a lot of transparency. I think it's an outstanding submission. So I'm probably leaning towards supporting, but I'm just continuing to listen to other points of view. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Can I just, supporting as in the removal
Yes.
of the fee charge?
At
Is
this
that what I'm
stage, yes,
hearing?
but I'm just, yes it is, but I'm just continuing to listen to what's going on.
Thank you. That's cool. One of the things that probably some more questions around this, but one of the other factors I had thought of, that we might get those volumes coming in the business that we're speaking about here. How does that recycled material, where is the cost borne for that recycled material to actually now get into the industrial? That is probably borne by electric ratepayers. So that's something that I consider, I believe we need to consider that as well, because there will be a cost to get those tonnages into the city.
I just respond to that, I guess. This is not new recycling. If it's not bought via this method, it's still going to come. So we're not talking about generating new recycling. It's already going to come one way or the other. Yeah, it's going to be transferred.
Yeah, risk putting myself in conflict of interest territory. I'm probably a fairly classic case of what she's talking about. I have a business that for 32 years has paid its race for rubbish collection and never put a rubbish bag out the front because I have a skip. I pay for the skip. On the other side of my yard, I have a purpose-built trailer, 6-4 trailer with a high top, and once a week that is full of flat packed cardboard, which we then neatly clean cardboard, we neatly take down and we're able to drop off for free. To put charges onto that across the district might run the risk of, well, if I'm paying that every order, I just put in a skip over there, which I'm paying the skip to cover anything else. So I don't know that's a good idea. And I think the commercial ones, as we talked about the bags, it's just not feasible. You're not the commercial, it's not going to put it in a bag, put it out in front. So I think she said about 85% households, and about 15, they were happy with 15. I actually couldn't find argument with what she was proposing, which the submission was extremely heavy and feeding. I look at the charge of going up to $274 a tonne, and I think 15% of that thereabouts is $40, $50 to cover any anomalies. But I would actually speak for moving or reducing that fee, given that they are able to give us full records of where it's kept and all the rest. I don't think there's anything untoward there at all. I would actually speak for this solution.
So what I'm hearing from you probably is, and we'll just need to get with this, and I'm just conscious of the time, so we probably won't get to finish this off, but what I'm hearing is that the removal of that commercial fee or fee for commercial operators bearing in mind that there may be more than one. So there might be a doubling effect if we consider that in its entirety.
I understand from the submission that at the moment, there's the one where we have to have the same kind of controls, reporting, trust with anyone else that was to take up that task. Which maybe might suggest a reduction rather than complete.
To the point here, Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair. Presently today, cardboard dry selling at about $485 a tonne, clean. It's estimated we'll have 6% increase the next wee while, so we have to look at that to account. I know, I used to trade it. So that is it's a valid commodity and one that we need to be careful. If we set a precedent where persons can have a discounted rate bringing the product in, and we start gifting it down to eco because the economics are not considered accurate, it needs to be revisited because we're potentially giving away a commodity. So we need to look back at, if we're setting a precedent, over giving discounts, all the other contracts will come tapping on the door about it, and we will lose revenue in that department. And I'm just concerned about that. That's my understanding. Thank you.
It's cool. Chris, I'm going to take yours and I'm going to wrap this and we're going to
Yeah.
push
Also, just a point of clarity, and maybe I should have raised it with the submitter, but the 85%, is that 85% by volume or 85% by customer numbers?
It seems to be by
customer numbers. That's how I.
So by volume, it could actually be quite different.
Okay. Sorry, councillors, we're going to pause that discussion. We're going to come back to that because I want to warmly welcome to the table Carl and Ben. We need another chair for Ben so that.
Morning.
Oh, we just clicked over. Good afternoon.
The
clock's wrong.
Great start.
There's a bit of a debate on me always looking at that clock, and it's always gives me a minute or two out. So please take a seat, Carl. Look, I warmly welcome Carl Smith to our council table today. Carl is the chairman of the Resources, and I know that you've got some colleagues, other director appointments, and we're waiting to finalise the Hannah appointment. But it's wonderful to have you here, Carl, and I just want to thank you for making time to come and sit with us. And I know you've got a presentation for us, but hopefully we'll have some time, maybe over lunch, to have more formal discussion as well. But I also want warmly welcome Ben. Ben is the new CEO of the company as well. So Ben, you again, a warm welcome to the Hurunui district around the table. And we want to get to know you better and understand how you're going to perform collectively for the district that we serve. It'll be a no surprise to either of you that this has been a big job for us, and a big release. I mean, water delivery of water across our district has been one of our anchor points for a long time. And we have got and had the good fortune of amazing support from our community around the investments we've made, the ability to access land, farmers through farming properties. And that's been a privilege that we, and I know you, will want to continue as we progress in this journey, because that's a really integral part of how this district functions, but actually how important we know water is for our profitability and the prosperity across both urban and rural as well. So yeah, it's fantastic to have you here and for us to have a bit of time to have a chat with you. But I know you've got a presentation, but it's probably also really important that you get a few names around this table. So maybe if I asked elected leaders to introduce themselves, perhaps just give a little bit of insight of part of our district that you hail from, and then I'll hand it over to so Robbie, I'm going to start with you.
If you're Robbie Burton, I'm Southwood councillor, that will work in based in Southwood.
Hey, welcome along. I'm Pauline White, Southwood councillor, just in Broomfield, just slightly to the east, third term. Good to have you along.
Yeah, Chris Scala, first term councillor from the West Ward up towards Mount Lions and yeah, for three.
Dave Hislop, West Ward councillor, Dairy Farmer. Got 10 units of your expensive water.
It's not their shit.
But it is on the rates bill. It's getting dear.
Great. Thanks, Dave. We'll just hop over here and we'll go.
Hello, Brett Jones, I'm South Ward, about 500 metres over that way.
Steve Hunt, South Ward, about 500 metres over that.
Chris Carthy on West Ward, I'm about Perriman Valley, Sheepy Heath.
And Harris, give me been, what term on So no, East Ward, I'm at the south end, I've got a good gap here at the north end, probably Midlands.
But I was just gonna,
Yeah,
sorry. You know, and I was just gonna say, we've got a couple of councillors not here today, so Fiona's just about Vince Bailey, Ian's and Juliet. So that's our West Ward, 2 councillors on the West Ward. Oh, East, I beg your pardon, sorry. I worked where I'm getting. And we've also got away today on Davies, who lives in Hannah Springs. So we run a 3 ward system.
Yes.
West and South. And so we're just missing Vince and Tom today. So, and I guess you know all of our staff. You know, Judith.
No, we haven't had Judith, no.
Judith,
No, Claire,
you know, Jason, you know, Dan.
Dan, yes.
And of course, you know, Hamish and Graham here to tell you that, the best governance advisor you can find.
Yeah, I think the new water company's got the best.
Yeah, I know, that's right. Well, yeah, that's right, exactly. Fantastic. So how about we just hand over to you and we've got about half an hour and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thanks, councillors and staff, and thanks for the warm welcome. I'm going to give a presentation and I'm also going to let Ben give a few words in his new role. So we'll just start by starting. Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui, ngā mana whenua o tēnei roi. Tēnā koutou ngā kauramatua, kaukarahira o Koronui, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for your very warm welcome, Your Worship. I did ask you about calling.
Yeah, no, that was fine.
Okay, we'll start with, I'm going to run through some slides and talk to those, and happy to take questions probably at the end. It's probably a little bit easier, and I've put up some questions that you might want to ask me, trying to pre-prepare ahead of the game. It's probably the best way to describe it. I think we want to recognise that, you know, in acknowledging the mana whenua and councillors, we recognise that relationship with iwi is that what they have with water. It's not just it is a treasure, it's an honour for them, and the importance of the connection across their generations. So it's something that we as a board certainly recognise. I'll use the term a KHWS. It is a mouthful to say Kaikoura Hiranui Water Services, KHWS perspective. We're committed to building and maintaining a strong and respectful relationship with our local iwi, both of them, and ensuring that we continue to listen, engage, and reflect on shared objectives that we hope to develop as an organisation. I think we all recognise that there is a level of fatigue in the communities around water, various journeys that have been undertaken. We are now firmly in the midst of establishing this vehicle, this entity between Kaikoura and Hiranui. And that prolonged level of change is certainly, I know there's enough change going on in local government today, but I think it's a recognition, and as Ben and I have got to meet some of the staff and the members of the transition team and the people coming across to the entity, that level of uncertainty, we're now providing some certainty to them. And so I think it's all credit to both the councils for making a very brave and sensible and logical decision around that decision to merge and create their own water council control organisation. I think it's fair to say that we're in a transition period for us all, and we will look forward to working hard as we are today. The reality we're facing, as I put up on the slide, and it is a New Zealand issue, decades of underinvestment that has occurred over a long period of time. And what does that mean now for us? There are significant capital requirements, and you will have seen in your own long-term plan and the extraction for the water services delivery plan. In the case of Kaikoura and Hurunui, we've got at least $145 million of investment to be undertaken over the next 10 years. Across the total New Zealand environment for water services, it's $45 billion that has been projected by each of those council operations that are forming their own CCO or keeping it in-house. So it's a number that's difficult to get your head around, to be honest. We are also under increasing regulatory scrutiny. We now will have the Commerce Commission as another overlay outside Taumata Arawai, our water regulator. And we've seen the outcomes of that underinvestment, such as the Havelock North 2016 event, where significant contamination caused a lot of havoc in that community. And we have a growing affordability challenge. There's no doubt that is something that's taking my colleague to my right here, who's paying expensive water units. There is a need to be able to fund our long-term infrastructure and make up those shortfalls and those gaps that are there. So the regulations are increasing, not only by the water regulator, but also the Commerce Commission. Another hat I wear in an electrical distribution business, the Commerce Commission plays a significant role. So I don't think we should underestimate what the implications are for the water services CCOs going forward. So those pressures are not unique to Hurunui or Kaikoura, it's to the nation. The purpose of Kaikoura Hurunui Water Services, it is a practical delivery organisation that's been created. It's not a theoretical construct. And it's one that's aimed, that's about the focus, our capability, our rigour and discipline being brought to the table to generate a dedicated, safe and compliant water services business. And I know that in Kaikoura, we had our board meeting there yesterday, and here in Hurunui since 2015, 2016, a lot of effort, a lot of work's been done, and I think, as you quite rightly point out, Madam Chair, a lot of support from the community when those water treatment plants all had to be upgraded. So that's all credit, an amazing credit to the community here and that support. We're also about building a sustainable and hopefully those affordable outcomes is what we're about. And we're going to learn a little bit more on another slide. We're going to have to be very transparent about the trade-offs that are going to have to occur within the communities. What are the priorities? What are the need to have versus nice to haves? And some of those things, hopefully we will be dictating as opposed to being dictated to us. We're also about creating some scale and definitely long-term financial sustainability. And I know we're working closely with Jason and Peter Kearney and Kaikoura in dealing with the Local Government Finance Authority, who are another set of layers of implication for us as we take on at least $91 million of debt from the councils largely Huranui, onto a separate balance sheet. And what those particular people, I've had a conversation with Hamish about this, people driving a desk in Wellington demanding certain covenants being imposed upon us as the water services delivery vehicle for Kaikoura and Huranui, some of those are just not acceptable to us at the moment. We are going to have to negotiate and work very hard with those particular bureaucrats. And I know that in Jason's case, we will hopefully lend him as much support as required to achieve the best outcome for our communities. We've talked about capability, rigour and discipline, and I think that the independent quality of our directors, some of us come with a strong financial background, and the rigour and discipline around the business cases that are going to be put forward to us to account for that $145 million of investment over the next 10 years. We'll be giving that very strong scrutiny. Not an easy walkover at all, but the constructive challenge that we will be putting to Ben and his team will be with the right robust discussions, and those robust discussions will be extremely transparent with our councils. Robust discussions lead to the best outcomes. So expecting that, nonetheless. If I switch to the next slide, I think the key here for us, we talked about alignment with the council. There's no question we are all working towards the same goals: safe and compliant water services, sustainable infrastructure, and outcomes that our communities can afford. I think we're not going to lose sight of that fact. And for us, having alignment in our communications and being regularly communicating with the councils, our shareholders, we will be doing that, and that's our direct intent. And maintaining that strong shareholder confidence and building community trust is about what this organisation is going to be about. Next slide. I put a slide up related to our board intent. We are intent on building a high-performance organisation. In my experience, and I've had some experience in non-business, so I put 10 years on the board of the Crusaders. I know what a high-performance organisation can look like, or a high-performance organisation on the field can look like. But with someone such as Ben leading that charge, that is our intent, and we want to be attractive to other people that say, those people are doing it well, why can't they join with them? Discipline level of decision making, we will have that discipline and rigour, and very transparent reporting, and of course we are accountable. And having a strong governance and a delivery focus and a strong set of financial disciplines and long-term stewardship is underlying and underpinning what the board intent is about. Your Worship, you made mention of appointment of Benjamin. We, the three independent directors, as they were at that stage, went through a rigorous process of looking at candidates. And you'll be aware, we undertook that process with a level of rigour and had a few opportunities to talk with Benjamin through the process and a number of other candidates, some internal candidates who are all very strong in their own right. So I think I would like to acknowledge that we had a high level of capability brought in front of those directors. Why do we select Benjamin? Well, Ben did stand out to us as a person who has the ability to take strategy, turn it into execution. His focus on discipline and performance was outstanding, and importantly, his approach to building a unified organisation is also there. So I'd like to just hand over for a couple of minutes for Benjamin to talk and introduce himself.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation to meet you. I won't be a stranger. This is one of many meetings, and we'll be based here, and obviously a few days a month in Kaikoura. But yeah, this is an amazing opportunity to do something quite wonderful for this sector. I think the thing that attracted me to the role was just the ability to work with the staff to do something that's different. With the amazing work that we've done already to get the Three Waters into an amazing place. So I'd like to acknowledge the hard work that's been done to this point, because you're actually handing over an activity that is in a really, really good place. And my job is to, with the staff, to build a new organisation. But with my commercial background, I'm also bringing a real mindfulness to the dollar and our customers and what's affordable, and really starting to think that around this 10-year strategy that we all need to build together, that has to be really grassroots. And so I really want you to know today that when we start to build our long-term plan and our water services strategy, that it will be a grassroots movement, that we will be working closely with various groups to really build that up from the grassroots. There will be some top-down requirements from government and regulators and what have you, but be rest assured that we understand what we've inherited from the council and the staff that are working here very hard to deliver Three Waters, and that our job now is to build a company that can deliver on its promises, but also allow the customer to choose some options which might be quite challenging sometimes around affordability. We've all got rural schemes that are challenged in this new environment. And I'm already working with farmers and groups on the Kaikoura to deal with some of these problems, but in a very open way, that they get to choose the levels of service that are compliant, but it really has to be owned by them. And I've come from a rural environment, so I really understand the importance of the rural sector and small communities. So we will not be losing touch with that. And over time, trying to find some economies of scale with Kaikoura and hopefully take advantage of some amalgamation activity if it eventuates. But I do think scale is something we need to look at very carefully as well. So it's a very exciting opportunity, and I'm looking forward to working with you all in the team. I've already met a number of staff, and they're very impressive people and highly regarded in the sector. So I've got a lot to learn as well. So it's going to be quite an interesting, fun journey as well, because I think we can do something really special here together. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you.
Thanks, Ben. I think one of the things that just emphasising from what Ben has also said, to be very clear, the Huronui Water Services team represents a significant and capable workforce. Kaikoura is an outsourced situation, only one water services employee? Three, not many. So I think it's important, and I know that the two CEOs had a Q&A with a number of the staff last week, just to try to get them into the picture. And so a key part of our decision making was ensuring that this capability is recognised and respected, and brought fully into the new organisation. And as Ben has said, there's a high quality people that are familiar with this sector, and that's fantastic news. And this isn't about one system replacing another. What we're talking about is building from the strengths of both councils and both those sets of staff. On culture and performance, I think it's about us as an organisation setting clear expectations and accountabilities. We are focused on that leadership and delivery. As I mentioned before, wanting to achieve a high performance culture, bringing the people with us, not being ahead of them. So sometimes it is 2 steps forwards with a couple of steps back at different times. But building a culture that is already, and you've got 2 different cultures in some respects, but building a culture that's based upon that trust and that delivery. Affordability and investment, I think this is one of the crunch issues, and I'm sure you as representatives of the communities, we're all have this foremost in our minds, but we can't avoid the catch up on the infrastructure. And those decisions need to be very disciplined. As I said before, rigor and discipline are some of the 4 things that will underpin our decision making. And we will be very transparent about the trade-offs. There are things that we may have to push out. There are other things that might not have been accounted for in the LTP or the long-term plan so far. So Ben has mentioned the water services strategy. We've got 1 year to complete that. bearing in mind, if we think about where the water services CCOs are at, there's a handful that are starting off with a starting date of the 1st of July 2026. The vast majority are pushed it out to the 1st of July 2027. So we're probably at the forefront of some of this innovation, but I think it's actually really important to get ahead of that game and be ahead of that game. So we are interacting with the regulators, the Commerce Commission, and our communities a lot earlier than leaving it till some other time. And there's enough change going on in local government at the same time. I mentioned before the significant challenge with the local government financing authority. Jason has the privilege of spending lots of good time with those people, and there's a meeting on the 9th of June from memory, Jason?
Correct.
But I know Benjamin and Jason and Peter will probably be attending that, and I don't know if is Hamish going to be leaning in on that one?
Possibly not.
I'm quite happy to lean in on that. But again, it's just that aspect of giving them a reality check of what's confronting us in our communities here, rather than someone talking to us from Wellington and dictating. So we are trying to seek a bespoke arrangement with our covenants with the LGFA. So I think that's a challenge. We won't meet the initial 5-year targets for covenants on debt to free funds from operations or the interest rate cover. It's just not how we're set up collectively across both communities. So that's a challenge, but I look forward to it. I do have a bit of a background in banking, and I like beating up bankers. So we'll let that play out. But we, and from that process, the decisions that we're going to be making, we will need to make sure we keep community affordability at the top of our mind. There are long-term funding access and credibilities that we're all after, that will be critical to our own success. I mentioned the relationships with council and iwi. So in that respect, I think it's quite, we are wanting to be very constructive in our engagement, and we're wanting to build long-term and respectful relationships with iwi, and of course, clearly with the council. So I think that's a standard. I think it's a given. We'll be holding ourselves to account on that front. And in closing, it's an important phase for KHWS and our communities, standing up a new organisation, taking on board not only the balance sheet, but the human capital, the people that actually make this thing work, and ensuring that they feel valued and we give them certainty. I think that's now right on the cusp of making sure that certainty can be brought to them, and that we can take some worry off their plate. But we are aiming to be transparent. We are aiming to be accountable. We will communicate honestly. We will have some robust discussions and conversations, and we'll listen and take on board those messages, particularly for their regular interactions with council. And success for us ultimately measured by our community confidence and our delivery outcomes. I think finally, I did put up a couple of questions to help prompt the wider audience, but I'm happy to take questions along the way or now. I know you've each had to fathom and work through and dimension your own heads how we're handing over a significant set of assets and people and commitments and responsibilities. I think for us, we as a CCO and an independent board take those on very, very seriously. So I'm happy to take questions. As I say, I've prompted a few up here. I do have responses to my own questions, but
thanks very much for your presentation, and you've probably given us all the chance to reflect on this shared journey, sharing with Aotearoa, but actually more equally of importance is actually sharing with our community and bringing our community along with us on this journey as we sort of create some different parameters, I guess, but at the end of the day, good to hear that you will be considering that consumer and customer focus and ensuring that those touch points are always valued in that process. So yeah, that's a really good start. Thank you. I know these guys are never short of questions, you know. So.
I've got to leave now. Actually.
Yeah, I've done. Look, but I think we should open the floor, have a few questions, and we probably are a little bit time bound as well because we do need to break for lunch, and we've got another presenter coming in at 1 o'clock. So, but that's fine. We'll just canvass a few questions and just see where it leads, and we can have
Just for a change, good morning, gentlemen. It is still, it's afternoon actually, gentlemen.
Thank you. One
Evening.
question.
Only one? Oh, jeez, man. I've got that many.
We'll be able to talk to them over lunch, because
Where are we going?
just next door to the room next door, sorry about that.
Okay, you commented on $145 million needed asset expenditure over a period of 10 years, 1.5 per annum. Where would that be reflected?
So in the water services delivery plan, which I've got it in my bag.
It's all right, just do this.
So it was extracted out of your LTPs from both of the councils.
Right, it's combined between the two.
Exactly. So it was driven out of that LTP, the 2024 one. Jason? Yep. And Jason has made, you know, we're updating our budget. We've got to have a budget by 30 June. That's been refreshed by new insights and things since the 2024. So we still have to go back to that long-term plan and have a look at that CapEx.
So essentially, it'd be a living document for
It's a living
month.
Definitely.
Sure, okay.
And we've already seen from Kokura there's some gaps already.
It's these things, isn't it? Thank you.
Steve.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Lovely to meet you both. You've talked about the grassroots side of things and the fact that you want to keep everything as close to the coalface as possible when it comes to implementation of bits and pieces. You also talked about the underinvestment within the superstructure, if you like, of the water services. Whanganui has invested, as you well know, because you've got the balance sheet, many hundreds of thousands of dollars into our water system, which you guys are now going to have to navigate and manage. If the water had stayed here with us, we would be looking, I believe, around this council as to how we actually target that debt, how we actually find a pathway to bring that debt down while managing the cost to the consumer. I'm really intrigued to see how you're going to do this. I'm quite pleased that it's sat with you and that it's not sat with me, but it will probably speak into your affordability, how that's all going to be managed. There might be stuff that you've already thought about, like in that regard. But can you just give us a bit of a steer as to what your thinking is around that?
I think the main thing is we, being an I and the other directors of the CCO, want to test and understand the assumptions that built up that original level of CapEx and where are the gaps. And I think we're really of a mind, we want to test those assumptions that we're assuming. We're taking on board someone else's set of assumptions. We're going to be closely honing in on, there are some of those things that need to be done, and we will be looking at reprioritizing others. So I mentioned the need to have versus the nice to have. We'll be definitely making some sort of clear decision making around what is the need to have first. We talked to Kirsty yesterday and to Alex. Kirsty, I don't know her surname. You know, she's a super experienced person around water safety and the barrier systems and all those sorts of things. You know, we don't necessarily have that capability in Kokura, for example. So we're going to come across some gaps in what's required on the need to have now and our prioritising, so that the annual rates forecast that we've inherited for water will change. And so I think it's really that we are going to be testing what and moving those categories into, which aren't there today necessarily, some are on our risks registers. We're going to be building those up a lot closer, and we'll make those decisions, I guess, Steve, around how much can we afford now this year, this versus next year. Be very clear about that, and that's will come out of our year one plan and our water services strategy plan, which is our own 10-year strategy that's going to be developed over the next 6 to 12 months. So we'll come back and present to where that is, but yeah. Ben, you want to speak comments to that?
Yeah, I think, that water services strategy is like a long-term plan, is the key process to engage with customers, stakeholders around not just cost, but revenue, fairness and equity, I suppose. So there's a lot of work to do in just a few months, but so yeah, we are very mindful of costs, but the biggest lever that we do have is CapEx. So I will be spending quite a lot of time deep diving into the CapEx assumptions and just testing the business case behind that. And like most CapEx programs, the further you go out, the sort of less detail there is, and that's normal. But that is top of mind for me. It's one of the bigger levers because the revenue is what it is, and we don't want to play with that lever too much. But it really is around how can this water company stand up with the lowest cost overhead model over the next 24 months. That's a big deal because we don't want to create a large back office setup. And in terms of CapEx and business case, if it was your money, where would you want to spend it to produce some sort of return, whether it be safety, resilience, and cost effectiveness too. So look, I'm big on options, like I said before. I think we need, where there are difficult choices to make, we must present options to the community to choose.
Got a question coming from Dave. And we might wrap up, Dave.
Question, comment. We're not a Wellington Water Services. 80%, 5% of the water goes to stock.
Yeah.
We don't have the requirements that your low population does.
Yeah.
So my question is I always look at the revenue side of the business.
Yeah.
So the schemes were designed in the 80s for stock, mixture of sheep and cattle. There's a movement more to cattle. So we're underperforming schemes for the amount of water that's needed. So, how do we increase the revenue of the schemes? I know
there is a way, but I think
without the farmers, as your risk factor is, we will change our way of our stock into other systems.
That's right.
So and that's a huge risk you've got.
It is.
So my challenge to you is you need to develop this capacity in there and affordable, because your revenue is your stock. I'm a cynic of the whole process, but
Yeah, that's right. And I made this comment to a couple of user groups and into the council, the Kaikoura Council too, that we aren't operating in a vacuum in terms of economic development as well. So people do have options if things become too expensive. And then that undermines the whole economies of scale of the schemes. So people can potentially do their own water, they can harvest off the roof, property developers can develop somewhere else. So just very mindful that we're not in a vacuum. There is competition in effect for that economic development dollar for that economic development activity. So that's why, from a revenue point of view, we're very mindful that there are other options that become affordable if we move that needle too far. So that's just in the back of my mind, because we need more property development, for instance, in the right areas. We need more connections to these schemes to make them more economic.
And the LTP was the work that was done by each of the two councils had the projections that NZIER put forward as to what growth opportunities outside of the rural world were going to occur in both of the districts. And so that's underpinned that forward thinking about where that cost is going to, or where that capital expenditure is dictated for. So I think, as Ben says, I mean, there's the rural significant portion that we need to take accounting for, and it might be treated differently in how we treat the urban growth. But that's what's sort of has driven, as I understand it, but we have, as I mentioned before, we're going to be testing and trying to prove what exactly underpins that. Is that real? Is that real for our community? If it's not, then we're going to park that. We'll put it in the nice to have versus the need to have situation. So I think your point's very clear, Dave, I think, in terms of the rural community. We're not going to be ignoring those people relative to you at all.
That's
All
great.
listening.
Perfect. Look, I think we could talk, we could have this Q&A all day, and, but I think this is just the first of many, you know, conversations that we will have as you continue with the stakeholder engagement as shareholders, and as you meet the, you know, the desirable outcomes of the community that we collectively will service, you know, so thank you very much for your time, Carl. It's lovely to meet with you and with the welcoming congratulations.
Thank you.
And we look forward to having, you know, many of these conversations. So thank you, councillors. We will adjourn now to break, and we will be back here thank you, but please stay and have a cup of tea and councillors, we need, I'm looking to do our public excluded papers now. So you will have read the public excluded section in your agenda, and agree with the reasoning for public excluded. So can I please ask if someone please second the public thank you, agree, all in agreement with the move to public excluded. Okay, thanks, Carrie. Thank you.
We just moved out.
Just come out.
Now we're back in our agenda, and if I can just take us back to the draft fees and charges on page 39, we have yet to complete our deliberations there, and then the remainder of our open agenda items are our information items, our financial reports with the tourism update. So probably do need to just work through this. It feels in my mind that, and I stand to be corrected, that we've got the most current decision, or the most front and centre decision, is around the Hurunui rubbish and recycling submission. Then I'll talk to the Federated Farmers one after that, but I've just made a couple of points that I think I heard you speak on before. And maybe, I don't know whether Andrew is available to perhaps answer some questions around that, but it'd be interesting to know what the impact of a withdrawal of that fee with commercial operators might be, and what would be the impact of the district. I've also heard that there is limited or no ability, that was my words, to enter the premise outside the operating hours as we currently have it. That's what and whether there is an option to enter into a bespoke agreement with Karanui Rubbish and Recycling for that fee reduction with signed contract to prove that it's with Karanui District Council rate base. I've kind of tried to sum up what I think I've been hearing, and there's some support and some opposition to either one of those. So we need to get to a shared understanding of what we're going to be doing here. So we got a bit tangled up on the opportunity or the options available to us, Andrew. But probably just a start of a team. What would be the impact? Oh no, first and foremost, I think we've got 3 commercial operators in our district, operating in our district, is that correct, or can you tell me what that is?
We've got 3 different companies who we charge the commercial collection rate to from looking in the system, but what we're worth noting that Karanui Rubbish and Recycling is by far the biggest volume that's coming through. So there's 3 that get charged that commercial recycling with commercial recycling collectors.
Yeah. Right. So if we look at that fee, just to be clear, are we talking about the fee that's currently at $261 a tonne and potentially going to $274 a tonne?
Yes,
is that correct?
That's
it. This is the, if we just hone down on, that's the fee that we're talking about. Yeah. So there was some discussion and some support to remove that fee for Karanui Rubbish and Recycling. And some opposition to that as well. So yeah, probably I want to just tease out if we can just try and hone in on that so we can kind of get through this, because we're going to be going here all day.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair. Just so I understand, how many tonnes are we talking about from this largest commercial operator?
Through Madam Chair, the data I've got is for the last complete financial year, just to keep precise. So it's 31.7 tonnes of recycling.
31.7 tonne for the year.
That's the mix. That's exclusive of the glass, because we're not talking.
You know what I'm talking about.
Glass,
Thank you.
talking mixed recycling.
Yep, sure. Thank you very much.
And so that's 31.7 times $261 per annum is what we're talking about, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so yeah. Let's just tease out these questions.
Yeah, because
keep it really honed in.
no, this is honed in, because I was going to ask the same question. So can you just clarify me, is that 31.7 tonne, is that across the 3 operators or just the operator we're talking about?
Just the operator we're talking about.
So is it possible to understand what would that tonnage be across the 3 operators? Because there would be.
Yes, it is. I've got us as only 33.5 for the other 2 operators inclusive, so that's only sort of 2 tonne. That's the difference in.
So 33 for the other 2, so
33 in total for the 3
in total 33.
Sorry, no, you're actually 31.
Yeah.
7. That's a big chunk of it.
Yeah. But the other operators are very minimal.
Just so I can clarify my mind, if they took it to Waimak, they would be charged there at Waimak. What do they charge there? Because if I had a business and it's impacting me and I couldn't go there on a Tuesday morning. So it's two questions. Could I take it to why I'm actually saying it's can't afford to do that, but I've got 2 trucks parked up for 2 hours. Do Wymac charge for recycling?
Yes, they do.
Same price?
A little bit cheaper than us, from what I'd have to jump on their fees and charges now, but my recollection is it's 180 a tonne they're charging.
180 versus 261.
Let me,
So how,
I can have that for certain in a couple of seconds.
The cost them are at, sorry.
so I'm going somewhere with this. So
Carry on. Let me see that.
So what's the benefit of them not taking the recycling to ours and they're taking it to Wymac? Doesn't help Hamish's KPIs because there's less recycling going there, but I'm not into symbolism, so I don't really care. Because it's gonna cost us money to take it to town. So you're telling me they could save $80 a tonne to take it to Wymac?
Yeah, so Wymac's current fees and charges, commercial recycling, $180 a tonne.
So it's 80, and how many tonne do they take? So you said 30 tonne wasn't what they took. So it's a tonne a week of recycling roughly.
0.6.
Where's the commercial answer for you?
It's about $280 for
And so does that have an immediate effect on us if she took it to Wymac? So you can go take it there on a Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock and save yourself $80. Is there a negative effect on us?
We don't collect the fee.
Yeah.
$280 a tonne, because you're taking it to Wymac.
That fee only covers the processing cost of the so it kind of.
So do we want it? The question is, do we want it at our recycling place?
We're happy to take it, on terms that work for us.
Yeah.
Which isn't just drop it off whenever you like and we'll get a cheaper rate, thanks very much.
Yeah. And I guess there is always business choices, isn't there?
The market will decide.
Totally outside our control.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And we're not trying to fix the business choices on an individual business. We're trying to work out what's going to happen. What's the impact on?
So my question really is, are we competitive? Are we competitive? Do we want the recycling?
We're not in the market to compete, we're in the market to provide a service to ratepayers, and we're in the market to do that on a cost recovery basis, i.e. not make a profit and not make a loss. So that's how we set our fees. The question that Janine has asked is what we charge here, given the rate component.
Yeah, I guess we're going to go fair. You would charge everybody who enters a transfer station. You could flip that over and have the first pick, really. One and then put everybody.
Yeah, so by my calculations, if we were talking about the entire tonnage of recycling at 33 tonne at the old price, 261, it's about 8,000. Oh, I did it at the old price, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That's about $8,600 that we would not be collecting, and we would still be processing and transporting that amount. So that $8,600, I'm assuming we would need to get from somewhere else because it will be somewhat budgeted. So would that not then fall back to our ratepayers again? And an increased waste charge. So if we were to provide relief via this method, we're then undoing that relief potentially by needing to grab that money back for everybody else who might not be using that service.
Yeah, I think we're missing the point earlier of
Yes.
8 or 9 grand. At the moment, who's paying that? She's putting in to put that recharge that back on to customers who've already paid, same as the rest of the district have their recycling dealt with. So I still believe, you know, I'd sleep better at night knowing that they charge their commercial freight costs, that's just part of the deal. Like some undertaking that it was coming from within their own, and they've said they can provide that. Like to see some proof that their charges were reduced, that this was reflected on. But that's the argument to me, is that those people that are then to take it, drop it off paid, as opposed to taking down their own trailer and do it for free. So yeah, I still see a basic unfairness in the current system. So I would like to see it halved, reduced, but I think at the moment that's a bit pretty steep.
So your way of thinking that the proposed fee that charge of $274 should be reduced by half or thereabouts, is that what you're thinking?
I think that to recognise the argument that we need to do something like that.
I guess there's still that knock-on effect to the entire district, the gap that Pauline's just exposed as well.
We're exposing that gap by another X amount of dollars. Oh yeah, I've got a few, Chris and then Chris. Sorry, Pauline, I'll come back to you. We'll ponder on that. Yeah.
As I said, the other side of that is if they're not providing that service and those people taking it to the transfer station themselves, that's a lot more hours over the weighbridge, as say before you were doing it to be free of charge and they weren't using the weighbridge. $8,000 worth of labour cost, wage cost to the weighbridge is possibly not that much.
So you're wavering on, or you're adhering to a.
Yeah,
to Robbie's
I am on Robbie's side, but I'm not, as I say, I've sort of looked at both sides and I'm not, as I say, there's arguments both ways. So I guess to me, a bit of a big picture is we want people to recycle, so we do want to encourage it. As I say, some will take it to the dump themselves, others will dispose of it other ways, depending on distance travelled, either by burning it or illegally, maybe. And to say if we want to encourage people to recycle rather than burn it, we're good carbon people find that way. Yeah, I think we've got to give incentives too.
What sort of percentage would you be looking at? We look at this proposal of 274.
To be honest, if it was me, I'd actually wipe it. Yeah, encourage them as much as we can.
Again, thank you through the chair. I'll speak against it again. She's running a commercial entity that's profitable. They employing staff and the likes. Now, nobody's asking anybody to use them because they're out of the 180 households. They've now shut down all by Carrie Harden. So that discussion's out of the table. And instead, they are operating in a closer vicinity. Now, I understand the economics behind that. However, they're making a profit. The people who use the service choose to use it. The council service is still there at the gate if they wish to use it. Sure, there's some areas that don't apply, but very few of them are applicable. There'll be, I have to admit, there's possibly 10% in their numbers that do, but it's only 10%. I don't think giving her any discounts is valuable to us, and also falls back on the cost of processing onto our ratepayers. At the end of the day, I can't support giving this because it's a commercial entity that pays tax, supposedly, and it runs at a profit. We're all aware that there are fuel prices increases, and we understand those, but that's up to her and her company to adjust their prices accordingly. The individual who picks up the phone and rings Purunu Rubbish and Recycling and asks them to come and attend to drop off a box, it's their choice. If I did it, I would say, well, that's fine, I'm paying for it. I don't think we should be subsidising it. I've said it before, I'll keep saying it, so I'm done, thank you.
Just make a comment here. We're talking about the price of recycling, and recycling is subsidised by rubbish. Recycling is deliberately subsidised by rubbish, so we're talking about something that's already subsidised and giving that away, reducing it. But it's already a subsidy that comes in through the fees for waste. So, you know, waste bags are $5 for 2 years. 60 cents for a recycling bag. The cost of doing them is roughly the same.
I'm sorry, can I just throw in a sort of an idea to see if we can move forward, because we could debate it some day and may not get anywhere. And I'm just wondering whether we're looking at the remainder of we've got very few submissions of the rest of the document. And I wonder whether we perhaps look at a recommendation separate to the rest of it. So if we look at the recommendation so that we receive inclusive of the small standalone dwelling exemption, inclusive of what all $1,000 annual charge for the group. Oh, $2,000.
Yes, no.
Sorry, and note on page 8 that note 8 that we had a discussion about before is to be deleted. That one we struck out. And I wonder whether we, to progress this, we consider the fees and charges and their environmental inclusive and move and see that, and then
Madam
perhaps.
Mayor, maybe I had a solution that we could, as like a compromise, pragmatic, because I like to hurry things along. What about if we just set the rate at what Waimak is at $180, and that would be a compromise for everyone? And to me, that's the market setting the rate. They've got the option of taking it to Waimak, we're stopping them going to Waimak. Waimak have worked out that's what it costs them to do it. They've got a slight win, we've got a slight win. And it's somewhere between Chris and Robbie, so.
Yes and nods? Yeah.
Hazarding a guess here that it costs us a greater amount to transport from Amberley to the city than it does Waimak to the city. I just wanted to point out a couple of other things, and then Madam Mayor, maybe you might have the right. But I can see both sides of this. I can see the pros and cons to both sides. But in the Haranui, Janine indicated about 180 households. Census data tells me we've got what 5,800-ish households. It's quite a small percentage that we are talking about here. And one of my concerns, because I can see, I really, the waste to recycling ratio is important to us. We all had a little jump for joy last week when for the first time that I can remember we actually met our target. So I do want to encourage it. But if we were to make some sort of exemption, what prevents Waimak, where they pay $180 per tonne, what prevents them, particularly if they're operating in the northern part of Waimak, e.g. Pegasus, what prevents them from coming and dipping into this free drop-off on the back of our ratepayers? Or is there a way that we can prevent that? Because for me, that's a really big, I don't want our ratepayers to be worse off. So how does that, it's these unintended consequences and precedent that I'm concerned about.
Robbie.
Yeah, just very quickly, Dave's idea has merit. I was trying to look for don't forget we're looking at the year, so we've got a year to see how that go. I don't believe for a minute that if we're charging the same as Waimak, that a contractor's going to drive his truck from Waimak over here and fuel and everything else. So I don't see that. I think that's probably a good suggestion to move it along. So it was to say try it 180 for a year, see how that goes. We would be talking a few thousand different of that, but otherwise we are still charging people twice for something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, as it seems to happen a lot for me. I end up altering or changing my opinion after listening to everybody. I think Dave's suggestion is pragmatic, captures both, stops the issue of it coming over from the WIMAC. Wouldn't be a reason to do that. It offers recognition of what is an outstanding submission and answers some of those questions. So as I say, having gone from not wanting to charge, I would support what Dave suggested as a compromise.
Alrighty, we're getting near the pointy end. I think we all just need to understand that any cost will have an impact across the district. So it's about that.
They might be able to grow the business.
Correct, but it's about that philosophical discussion around how we want to encourage recycling that is presented to us in a non-contaminated state in the bulk delivery. That's what we need to ensure, because that's what we pride ourselves on. Couple of questions, Steve, and then Brett, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you, Madam through the chair. I just think it's conflating stuff which we shouldn't be conflating, but maybe that's just my thinking around this. On page 44, Janine talks about in the summary that the application of commercial recycling fees households using our services unfair, that these households already funded a free recycling through their rates. We've already established that the commercial businesses have also funded a free recycling through their rates. So we either have to remove it for everybody, because we can't discern, we've established that we can't easily discern how much a commercial premise should pay in terms of a banded or a graded system. So we can't do that. So we either stick with what we've got and keep the price, or we scrap it all together everywhere. If we scrap it all together everywhere, we have unintended consequences, which I think, as Pauline has talked about, we open the floodgate for potential nonsense for us, which would be unhelpful. So really it comes down to the fee that we charge, and do we charge a fee? As a business owner and as somebody who uses various companies for disposing of things or for picking things up, I do that knowing that I'm going to get charged for it because it saves me time. And I'm inclined to agree with Chris here to my left that it's a business, and businesses feed back, and they feed it back to their people that employ them, and that goes on for business. So I don't think the case has been made to change anything. I wouldn't necessarily be reducing to meet WIMAC purely because I think it's a slightly different market, and our market determines it. What I would suggest is that we hold it and we don't increase it for the next year, and then we review it.
Getting some sort of opinions here. If there was, just wondering from a process, I think it would be easier to take off those about 4 and then second those, and then just get a separate resolution on the price of the commercial recycling charge. I haven't got considered opinion of whether it's going to land one way or the other. I just want to try and move on.
Yes, I think so. I mean, there seem to be agreement on those other 3 points. And then you're going to come back to the other section.
Yeah.
So maybe
we'll go
adopt all subject and
yeah. So maybe what I could do actually just with that in mind is to go through the bids and the alcohol lots to go so that we fully consider it, and then we'll just work on these 3 additions or deletions to the charge paper, and then we'll just a second recommendation, separate recommendation for the recycling charge. Is that clear for everybody? So what I need to do now, sorry, I'm just going to, in your minds, have we considered all of the submission that we have received from Karanui Rubbish and Recycling? Is there any other elements in that submission that you need to discuss or consider? We'll just try to work through it. You all happy? the Hiranui rubbish, is there any other elements of the Hiranui rubbish and recycling submission that have been, you haven't picked up through this discussion?
Yeah, we're talking about fees and charges only.
Correct.
So the submission covers a range of topics.
Yeah.
But we're only considering the fees and charges as a topic.
Correct. So that helps me move on. Sorry, do you want? You got something to say?
Just a point to cover that if we're not reducing or removing that other fee is the only options for where that money will come from is from the general rate or increasing another fee most logically waste. So we're about to approve all the other fees except for that recycling one, that might close that opportunity for us as well.
Yeah. That probably gives some clarity as to thinking as well. There'll be some knock-on effects. But what I first want to do is to just ask you to go back to page 53, which is the Federated Farmers submission. Is there anything more, anything in that in regard to fees and charges that you feel we need to consider in that submission? A lot of these submissions was probably more generalised. There was that rural and urban increase to Littleton, I think it was, and also the tampering and the emergency water tank fill, so we talked about that. Also the limb as well, but they were probably outside of the purview of the fees and charges. Yep.
So, Madam Mayor, through the chair, point 9, I believe, on that submission, page 54, is that what the C covered off earlier around MB having said that that's no longer required? So point 9 of that submission is wiped out in the
Yeah. Chris, did you have something in the piece?
I did, I just thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair, just question 7.2, new restricted water connections. I'm assuming that's page 79, bottom restricted water supply, first connection. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about there at the very bottom of the page 79. Yeah, second right, it's just right at the bottom. It's additional to additional for existing scheme, and but above that's new connection, no point of supply infrastructure installed 1, 2, 9, 6 and 12. So
I believe that's what we're talking about.
yes, that's yep, that's
just double checking.
yes,
Yep,
thank
that's
you.
cool.
That's
And
my
so is there anything else in this Federated Farmers submission that you want to? Chris?
Just a bit of clarity around that number 7. A small standalone dwelling, i.e. granny flat, can only be a secondary building. So therefore, generally wouldn't actually need a new restricted water supply connection. I mean, if your farm's already got a connection, you wouldn't put a second one in, put a second dwelling on a building. And also,
is there a fee?
Yes, there is $662 on page 79, just below what we just identified. Thank you. $653.
well, that's if you needed to increase your water.
Yeah, that's the only time.
You probably wouldn't need to, so.
I see your point.
So generally, you wouldn't actually need, because the argument was that they're up for a 7,900 upfront entry fee. Well, generally, I'm saying because it's a secondary building, you wouldn't. But also just on that development contribution, what triggers the development contribution? Is it a new connection or is it actually a subdivision?
A new unit of demand. Which could be a second house, second dwelling, or whatever.
Small unit.
Yeah. So if you would put another house on as a secondary one and wanted another unit, it would actually trigger a development. Yeah.
So that fee and charge stands under that situation.
Yes, but you could put a granny flat on without increasing your water take. And it wouldn't absolutely. Yeah.
So do we want to identify that in fees and charges or?
No, it's more just a clarity, I guess, because their question was they were upfront for that, basically an extra $8,000 hurdle, whereas I would say 1 out of 10 times you possibly wouldn't be.
Yeah. Right. Have we answered the questions on Federated Farmers? You got something else?
Yeah, just under the number 10 points there, I noted earlier that I've misread it. Where they said that, so that's that one. The other points, the tank fill that we've talked about, the other 3 points around penalties. On the fool me once, fool me twice, that didn't really resonate with me. I thought the second offence, you're not going.
That's right, that's right. And I think that the related when Lionel was on as well, you know, that none of us are complicit with behaviour that's less than desirable, and they could, and Federated Farmers certainly will stand by that either, so. Okay, anything else on the Federated Farmers submission? Happy to move on to the alcohol health watch. They were probably, in my opinion, we're probably talking more in context of a wider, the fees are set and looking towards supporting a bylaw which would enable some fee setting to reduce the subsidisation of the general rate for alcohol. That's what I guess that's the message that came through my mind, but maybe something else.
Yeah, no, look, clearly they were concerned, as am I, about the subsidisation of alcohol licensing fees by ratepayers, but we're hamstrung with the Sale and Supply Act, which basically prescribes our fees, and the only way around that is the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Fee Setting Bylaws Order from 2013. So the process to make a bylaw to then look at cost recovery for those fees would be, in my opinion, a very, very large piece of work. And I'm not sure what sort of return, given that we really don't fully understand where the supply of alcohol, the Improving Alcohol Regulation Amendment Bill is going to land as it goes through the process. That's my personal take on it.
It's important that we read and fully considered their submission. That is our job here today. So if at any other point down the line that we consider a bylaw as an appropriate mechanism, that will be our opportunity to do that. Okay, I'm just conscious I'm coming back to this one factor around the fee for commercial mixed recycling operators across the district. We've just heard Andrew say that if there is a consideration to reduce or remove this fee, there is going to be implications on managing cost factors. Could be an effect somewhere else that we'll need to consider. So just ask you to think about that as well. Yeah.
Well, I listened to Dave's suggestion. I actually thought it was kind of where I was sort of almost be a bit pragmatic in there. But as I sat here and thought about the rates increases that are across our district, we're working so hard to keep the individual ones down and the potential cost increase to other people, I sort of fell back into this other camp where they are a business. I appreciate the work that they do and that they are all over the place. I thought it was a good submission, but I think we probably need to stick with where we're at. And I was leaning that way, but I've sort of come back this way now.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm very clearly in the retain the proposed amounts that are that we consulted on for the reasons that the staff have come up with those on a cost recovery basis, and any reduction at all or leaving them as they are is going to impact our ratepayers. I think that company that we talk about does a fantastic job. It's a fantastic offering to those people who choose to take it up. And I am passionate about ensuring waste to recycling ratio, but we are, if you take out the 20 commercial customers, we're talking about 2.75% of Haranui households. And for us to retain the current fee without increasing for cost recovery, or to drop it, is going to impact all of our ratepayers. So for that reason, I would stick with the proposed increase.
So I think what I'm going to do, just to the Graham, is actually look at in considering the submissions and those 3 other points, and I'm going to put that, and then I'm going to get that, because I'm not sure where this is going to end up. So I just want some clarity around that. So I'm going to ask if I could please get a mover and a seconder that council receives and considers the submission on the draft fees and charges, inclusive of the small standalone building dwelling exemption and the Waikato Hall Theatre Group $2,000 annual charge, and the deletion on note 8 of page 80.
Yeah, sorry, just the wording, so the second bit is to approve amendments to the fees and charges. Because all costs receives and considers submissions, and then you sort of need to write a separate one to accept those recommended, those 3 amendments.
Okay.
And then I think if you don't increase the recycling rate, separately, then at the end adopt the whole set of fees. Right. So I guess what I'm suggesting is approve those amendments. I think the council will.
Yeah.
Then make a decision on the recycling one. And then accept
Take the whole lot. Okay. Okay. So you've got that?
Yeah. I'm happy to move what he said. We'll put the boots in.
So the first bit in there will be
With the amendments.
one as it is, so you're
Yeah.
acknowledging the receiving
Yeah.
considered.
Yeah.
Second bit is your moving these amendments. It
Amendments.
appears to be agreement.
Yeah.
Then you'll address the recycling matter. And depending on that, you'll adopt the whole set of
Okay.
fees and charges.
So we'll get, yeah, okay, so let's get the first part done first, we move with the second.
No, I have a question.
Yeah.
Just that the officer did point out that if we adopt and then make a decision on the recycling fees, we'll have no choice but for that shortfall to fall to the general rate, which would impact our annual plan. So if everybody understands that, if we adopt these fees without the ability to adjust another one to counteract that.
Yeah, sorry, I was suggesting that the first thing is just accepting those amendments.
Yeah.
So not accepting the whole.
Okay.
Just on the amendments.
Right.
This is getting a bit too confusing for later in the day, guys.
So yes, happy to.
Yeah, you're happy
Adopting the
to
amendments.
move to adopt the amendments, thank you. Okay,
Just make a point. You have got a risk that principals cost money, that she might take the rubbish to Waimak, and then what are you gonna lose? Secondly, I don't know, our budgets are so good that we can get within $4 grand or $8 grand of being exact. So, you know, and I would hope you'd try and grow it. So there's a risk. There's a risk if I was a commercial operator, I could say, I'm gonna save money, I'm gonna take it to Waimak.
that can happen now, but
But without knowing.
yeah. So, shall we all know what we're doing? Because I'm a wee bit confused now.
We're just moving the amendments at the moment.
Yeah, and so I have the mover for the amendments, which we understand, and I'm looking for a seconder for that.
Yeah,
Are you seconding?
I'm happy to second that. I just have a weird question on reserves, page 73, around, I support that figure. In the wee read 5 cents, says the bond is refundable, we need to change it, to understand it's not a bond, it's not a fund. Bottom of the page, we read notes, 1, 2, or number 1 is the.
Is that your, what page is that? Page 73.
Page 73, around the Queen Mary Hospital Historic Reserve charges.
bond was always refundable, it's the nature of the bond.
Yeah.
Why, sorry, through you, Mayor, why do you not think it's refundable?
I asked before, because I thought, was that a bond, the 1,000 going to the 2,000? Or was that what they
Fee.
pay? And I understood that's what they pay.
It's a fee.
It's not a bond.
It's a fee.
Yeah,
That's a fee, that's $2,000 per day.
so is this, there's a bond not mentioned there, somewhere else that's refundable? Is that what I'm saying?
Well, what's a little bit confusing about these fees and charges is what you've got in front of you is only what is being changed. So there are the existing fees that sit around these that you can't see that aren't being changed.
Okay, cool, all right.
It's, yeah, it's a bit
So
confusing.
there is a bond on another thing that's not identified and there's sort of the inclusion of the fees that have just been changed.
That's good.
I wonder if we'll be confused.
Did we get a second for the amendment?
Yeah, we did, Robbie did.
Okay.
So we got a mover and a seconder that we amend the fees and charges for the small standalone dwelling, what for, and deleting note 8 on page 8. Okay? Tina, what is?
Madam Mayor, including the first declaration about receiving and considering the submission.
Okay, we've got that in there as well. You happy with that? Happy with that? And now we're all clear? That one, opposed. Okay? All in agreement of there, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Thank you. So now we're looking to have a recommendation, a motion on the table in regard to the proposal around the commercial recycling collection. It is currently $261 a tonne, proposed $274 per tonne. You've all talked at length around the unintended consequences and knock-on effect of costs to the general rate. If that fee is waived or reduced significantly, there will be. So you need to consider that in its entirety, and I want to get a number on that. I've got some questions coming, I think. Or
Oh, no, I propose we end up to put a motion on the table.
Can I just give you a question?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, sure. Not sure.
Because there are going to be issues by the sounds of it coming up about the transfer station as far as working through resource consents and stuff. And there's wider issues here apart from just the fees as far as opening hours or letting these people in outside of us. And I actually wonder if we address all this at that time, maybe have a workshop or something on it and you just pass it as it is now and address it later.
Well, I guess the resource, Andrew's probably works, the resource consent will be a somewhat lengthy process that's not, it's not a quick fix. Might be a better way of putting it.
Yeah, I realise that.
And there could well be an opportunity maybe to consider these charges without. I don't know. Who's your experience by there? Sorry, Andrew.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, I always talk about the resource consent, but it's actually not traditional resource consent because it's a designation under the district plan, so it's a slightly different process that I'm super familiar with, but it's similar, but not the same. So just so that I've used the right word. It probably will be a reasonably lengthy process. I expect some opposition to it. Might mean that it's a process, or at least limited. And then there will also be one, if we obtain longer hours, there's also the contractor would need to vary to operate those hours and stuff. So there will need to be a discussion about the operational costs of the transfer station for more hours at some point in the future as well.
So your suggestion is valid, Chris, that there is a lot of work to be done in that space before we get anywhere there. Sitting around the table in a formal process. So Andrew would have taken that on board and when that timing arrives, these are out in the implications, the negatives and the positives to them. Yep.
I want to have a last short say and then have a bit of motion, and just going to come something first.
I thought I already put motion, I was
Yeah,
just
you're-
looking for a second.
You're ready to go, but I haven't had a motion just yet.
Okay.
Look, to me, the issue that Janine raises, and I focus on the submission, is one of fairness. And we talk about removing the fee to make it fair. But the other thing that you could do is put a fee on all commercial recycling. So it's not just the commercial carriers of recycling, all commercial recycling. Put a fee on, and that would be fair as well. I think it's counterproductive, but I think that that's an option that's open.
I would have thought that the only option would be in the consultant document at the beginning as well. You know, I mean, if we felt that was the best way forward.
Well, I don't feel it's the best way forward, but
No.
the submission raises an issue of fairness and to make it fair that you take her into the same position as commercial businesses that are recycling. We used to have a fee for all commercial recycling. We could do that. It's hard to enforce, but.
Yeah, look, very simple to me. To me, we're doing our best to justify keeping the double up. Simple as that. If we have 10, 20 people on the weekend, bring their trailers from wherever, bring it down, drop off the recycling, that there's no charge for that recycling, that tonnage goes through. We send a truck round, picks it all up, one vehicle movement, and that, and we're charging them, to me, what's a double dip. So I don't see that as being productive and trying to encourage recycling. People further afield, they're putting up the burn file or whatever. I'm prepared to test the water for the sake of trying to move this on and move that we do go with one act and we set it at 1 act.
Oh, look, I think it's probably going to be tested either way. So whoever goes first probably doesn't make, I don't know that it necessarily makes a lot of difference, but I was intending to put forward that we maintain the status. The status quo as it stands. It is only for 12 months. We reset them again in 12 months' time. And I am just concerned about that. I think they made a good argument in many respects, I truly do. But if it's going to be then subsidised by the wider ratepayer, and it is a business, and you do build some of those sorts of things into it, I'm suggesting you stick with it as it isn't here. If that's where I was going. You want to test this?
Well, I think
Okay. Yep.
So
Thank you.
you move that the next commercial recycling collection, and that's the same as proposed at 274. Yes. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Happy to receive debate on speaking for or against that motion.
Just question through the chair, how are we subsidising their business by reducing the rate?
Sorry, I missed that. Apologies through the chair. What was that? I didn't catch.
How are we subsidising their business by reducing their rate?
Exactly.
When everybody else is paying nothing.
Through the chair, I can answer that. They're charging the people at the other end for money for those bins each week. So they're putting money in their pocket. They're coming through, they've done their spreadsheets, they've worked out their costs, the people who chose to use it, blah, 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 standard stuff. That's where it is. All we're doing is helping her budget because she probably doesn't want to go to the end users, which she will go to at some point and put the rates up. And she's come to us just to double dip, in my opinion, using your term, because she's come on both ends of the candle, lit in both ends. She's getting it from one end, and she's now come to us to ask for another end. That's my view of it.
So, yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we've.
No.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's an agree.
You will make your own judgment on the proposal. You've heard all the around the traps and tried to find a pathway forward, and threats you know, quite often through the debate, you change your opinion or you review your opinion or you take a different position, and that's absolutely fine. So we have a mover and we have a seconder that will remain. I'm going to test that motion. All in agreement with that, Lee? Oh,
Sorry, can I just speak in favour?
yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
thank you, thank you. I mean, I did put forth quite clearly why I was speaking in favour before, but I completely understand councillor Broughton's thinking as well. I think one of the other things that concerns me is we wouldn't have a mechanism to ensure that if we remove the fee, that it would then be passed on to the user at the other end. We wouldn't have that control. So yeah, I stand firm at this point. Like councillor Harris said, sorry, Deputy Mayor Harris said, we will revisit this in a year, and we can actually revisit it at any time, I think, can't we? If we so choose to do so. So 2.75% of the population uses the service. I do understand the double dipping, but those people do so knowing that they are going to pay. And it is built in, so.
Anybody else want to speak for or against this motion?
Against, as I said before, the market will determine it. I would hope that if you keep it at lower, she might be able to encourage more recycling, more people using it. And that's, you know, the onus would be back on doing that. And I also think you've got to benchmark against YMAC, that they're doing it and they've worked out they can do it at that cost. That puts some incentive on our crew that they can do it at that price. That's what YMAC can do it. We've got trucks going back loading from Cape Town. I don't know what they can't do, but that's competition. So, you know, I don't want cost.
Anybody else want to speak for or against? I'm going to put that motion, so all in agreement, okay, please raise your hand. Those against?
Good man.
So that motion is carried, that the fee in charge for the incoming year remains as proposed at 270. Thank you, Andy, for coming to help us through this somewhat complex. Yep, sorry. Okay, so to complete this process, we need to
Oh, sorry, yes, always voting against, especially the votes for against.
And so the final recommendation today is the council takes into account the deliberations, which we've done so, and got the final adoption of the fees and charges for the 26-27 year. That's our final piece of work today that we need to do. Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Brett. You all understand what you're doing now?
Yeah.
All in agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Sarah, thank you. My apologies, that took a long time. But I think the constituent who, you know, Janine Cummins and as we've all said, put in a very compelling submission, and the deliberations probably reflected that. So, you know, that. So thank you, right, Jason.
Hey. Here he comes.
Do you want to have 5 minutes?
Yes,
Quick break?
Yes, please.
Don't you just-
It's been rough.
Welcome back, councillors. We're now looking at information items 7.1 and Jason, if I just ask you to take us through the financial report, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the financial report to the end of April, so we'll keep it through the financial year. So I've done it in the same format as I've done it previously. We've got the financial report, pages 83 to 93, and the capital expenditure report on 94 through to 97, 98, and then the treasury report after that. So quickly go through the financial report. The front page, overall, total revenue is just showed over 60 million, almost 3 million more than what we had budgeted for, but there is a significant amount of that relating to vested asset income that we've received, or vested assets that we've received partway through the year from some key developments in Hammer Springs. From an expenditure point of view, we're sitting at 62.8 million for the year, and that's about 1.5 million more than what we had budgeted for. And then capital expenditure overall, we've got a total CapEx program of 42 million for the year. For the first 10 months of the year, we're expecting to spend 35 million, and to date we've spent 23.7. Now, much of the rest of the report, breaking it down in digital activity, a lot of the variances that we had identified in March have just followed through to April. They will follow through to May. We don't expect major variances from that towards the end. From water, we're down on revenue, and that is purely timing from rates we collect from the Ashley water supply from council. Operating expenditure is up on budget, primarily through electricity expenses, as we have talked about. Also, we've got costs relating to the local River Done Well project, which weren't budgeted when we set the budget, but those costs will be capitalised and passed on to the company as we transfer it there. And capital expenditure, we're about 2.5 million down on what we had budgeted for the period. Sewer, the key variance operating expenditure, we'll be down on a range of consultants and other operating costs, sludge management contractors, and at total CapEx, it's about $1 million lower than what we had budgeted for. Now, there are some projects that were budgeted for in this financial year that won't be completed by the end of the year, that will transfer through to the company to complete as part of the transfer. The stormwater, key developments in Hammer Springs that brought with it a significant amount of assets relating to stormwater, and we've accounted for those already. And then capital expenditure, it is a wee bit misleading that we're over budget there, but only over budget because we have accounted for $1.5 million of those assets received from developers. And some of the operating expenditure is down on budget, particularly compliance testing and the like, as Cheryl has put in her notes. Page 87 is roads and footpaths. Particularly roads and footpaths, a lot of the movements between operating expenditure and capital expenditure is one of timing. Certainly a lot lower than we had budgeted for in capital expenditure. Part of that is just timing of some works, but also some works may not be done because the subsidies weren't available.
Jason, just a question on page 87, the notes, the note number 1, year to date. I just thought that commentary was a little bit out of context.
Okay.
Around the seal extension.
Right.
Unsubsidised, so yeah, just.
Now,
Didn't really fit with the direction that we're going with council, so.
Correct. Now,
Yeah.
when we had set the annual plan, we had set it with the that we would be doing the work on Mescal Road. With because of the timing of we had adopted an annual plan with that project sitting in there with 50% of that cost being funded directly by the ratepayers. Now, that project's not progressing, so we've got a variance between the income line and also the capital expenditure line. So we're not doing the $600,000 project, but we're also receiving $300,000.
Okay, so this is
funding.
more related to the entire project as opposed to the last or the consequential discussion that we had.
Correct, yeah, and
I didn't quite understand.
As there is perhaps an argument to do sort of an updated reforecast of the budget as we go, but we're always comparing against what we've formally adopted, plus whatever projects we have carried forward.
Yeah, just comes through you. Thank you.
No, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you, just quickly, I was just going back, sorry, because you're really quick there. Page 84 down from number 2. Equal income choice coverage from the Ashworths Road pump station rising man. What does that mean by recoveries from those two? Page 84.
No, it's a good point. I don't have an answer for that.
I was curious because I thought it was an insurance issue or something like that. We got something coming in, but it's unusual to get a recovery from pump station.
No, sorry, I have focused when I've been reviewing it on the year-to-date stuff. I haven't really looked at the monthly things. Will be an item that Cheryl, when she provided the stuck down quite big, I can just go and find out. I mean, it'll be easy to find out. I just don't know it off the top of my head.
Thank you very much.
Whether there was some contribution from the
Page 84. Is that a contribution from property that now utilising that rising mate? I suspect that it may so I suspect it is, but I suspect it's a property which now using that rising main and made a contribution because of the now pumping up that rising.
Thank you.
I'll find the reason and fire it my way of email. Apologies, page 88. Climate adaptation. Two key components here. We've got we had allowed for in the budget, and again, the adopted budget that we had did include carry forward relating of 900,000 relating to the Monmouth Beach project, which will be deferred until the next financial year. But the consequence of that was that we were proposing that there would be some section sales in the annual plan and the long-term plan resulting from that. So both of those, we haven't completed the work, so we don't have sections to sell, so there's no real received from it.
That's the other thing there too, though, Jason, but when it talks about capital spend today, spend the rock bags for the Buxton.
Yes.
That's, yeah, but we're at the wrong place if we're not now and then to Buxton.
No, there's a full stop there, but the capital spend that we do have there of 104,000 relates to that, to the rock bags.
There's no capital spend on the Mocknell project, all that's the Buxton.
All Buxton, okay.
Sorry, yeah, and again, it is just the way we've shown it.
Yeah.
You can see that in certainly the capital expenditure report will have it a little more clearer. Say more clearer, page 89, public services, and we have a number of variances here, particularly from a whole range of unbudgeted grants that we've received during the year. From an expenditure point of view, we're about $500,000 down altogether. There is some cost there, employment costs that we are doing. Saying that we're doing it, we are doing, and we'll need to do a full review of the corporate services to make sure that we've got the appropriate allocation of the wages to the various areas. Right, and regulatory services on page 90. Down on employment costs, and we're just over on direct expenditure, which does relate to consultancy work and consent advice, most of which will be on charge to applicants. Polls on page 91, so you've had an update from Sarah. Just to the end of April, the total cash surplus from the polls was 3.3 million, and it was about $340,000 down on what we corporate and governance. Various other income through external interest received, some management funding and rate penalties are up for internal received and internal interest paid. Received and internal interest paid pretty much offset each other. And costs are over budget in this area, but when you look at the organisation is overall, we're still under budget. So it is a matter of being able to review components of what's gone into the employment costs under corporate services and ensuring that it's allocated. Fire bases, we had a great recovery, and it's pretty much sitting on budget, and this is great money we've received to repay the outstanding debt relating to the earthquake, and it has been complemented by the YL village with four properties that were funded from earthquake funds. And they're earning the rental that we've receiving from them is helping to offset the page 94 through to 97 is the capital expenditure. Individual projects and total balance at the end of page 90. shows the total actual we've incurred 23.7 million. So we are still, significantly fair way away from the total for that year, but there are components there like the timing of the thermal pools projects and then there are roading projects and some three waters projects that will be specifically deferred to the next year. That's the financial report. Happy I can move on to the Treasury report, and again, Treasury report just in the same format. Provided the total debt that we hold at the end of April was 101 million. 87.5 of that was in term loans and further 14 in short-term debt with the LGFA. We're within liquidity ratios, and currently our net debt to total revenue sits at 154%. The weighted average cost of funds, which is on page 100, and it's that number there. It's quite insignificant number there, but it is key is that the total cost of funds, or the weighted average cost of funds for council sits at 3.9%, which was the same at the end of March. Key component is that under all of their key limits, we are compliant. And just providing additional information being the full listing of our current debt, broken down into the term and short term. Page 103 is the interest rate swaps that we hold. That create that fixed component towards our interest costs. And page 104 is just the graph that shows the cost of funds sits just under 4%, where the official cash rate is sitting in at the end of April, that was still at 2.25%, and where the 90-day bank bill rate is sitting in at the end of April, that had just climbed up to 2.63%. Last week when I was preparing this report, it had risen to 2.66%. The next review of the official cash rate is tomorrow, so we'll get the feeling what the Reserve Bank intend to and I'm not going to try and give me my own commentary because I was wrong last time, so I'm not going to try this time. Happy to answer any questions here, councillors.
Thanks, through the chair. Rates arrears report.
Rates arrears reports. We're still just grappling with getting the right reports out of their system. So apologies for that. We do have it for April, and I mean the key is seeing the movements between months. So the same report out to the end of May, we'll be able to do that comparison again because it is showing the movements between and how we're going between months.
No further questions. I'm happy to move the report unless anyone has anything to.
And we've got a mover and a second. All of agreement that we receive the information, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, that's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Jason.
Right, we'll just sneak through these final few reports. So we've got the water request with Susan on the
Thank you, Mayor. Questions I will note, number 4 is year rate, and I say we, is actually my year entirely where I gathered all the information, but I've actually just put down all that it's due, so my mistake, and I apologise to the press for being 2 days late. Now, then I'll take the questions.
Any questions on, in regard to the Lagoona request this month?
Thank you, through the chair. Number 5, Brianna Wells, Parliament, graduate roles in council. Is that a request? Are there any graduate roles in council?
Yes.
Thank you.
After you remember, I think we've had 1 or 2 over a period of a few years, explicitly in graduate roles.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Someone willing to move that we receive that information? Agreed, seconder. Chris, Alec, all in agreement. We receive it, please say aye. Aye. Carried. We received the information report for the Hammer Springs Swimming Pool Bar. I'm happy to share that I have a seconder that we received that. Thank you, Fiona. Any other questions? So all in agreement that we received that information. Aye. That's carried. Thank you. Youth Council update, got Pauline and Chris and myself, we sit on Youth Council, but Pauline, have you got anything you'd like to add there?
I'll defer to Chris because I was on leave of absence for that meeting.
Sorry.
She's good, no, they're good.
Anything you want to add or highlight there, Chris?
Not at this point in time, other than every time I meet them, I'm so impressed. No, I've got nothing to add, Madam Chair. It does, it's well put together.
You're happy to move that we receive that information?
I'd like to move that we receive it.
Thank you, Steve. All in agreement, that please say aye.
Aye.
Against, that's carried, thank you. Trinity, that was your first day back, so.
It was, I was there for that, yeah, look, I will just take the report as read, happy to answer any questions, but I will highlight number 1, which is the environmental scan, because that, you know, provides a real summation of everything Hurunui and is well worth having a look at and keeping in your kete for when you're out and about, because it really is everything Hurunui. And I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the other updates that we had. Otherwise, I'm happy to move.
Pauline, it's fantastic, and the stronger Hurunui is going out for the community fittings, isn't it?
Yes, and everybody will have received that email with the link to the information on the website. Again, that's really good information that's been put together, really helpful for anyone needing to know specifics about our communities or potentially applying for funding. Just really good statistics there.
Thank you. So we have a mover. Thank you. Pauline, have we received that information on the all in agreement that we received the strategy and policy committee update, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, that's carried. Thank you. Dave or Chris, the road safety coordinating committee update. Dave?
Emma's doing a great job with the elderly and driver mentoring. It's a reasonably small meeting with people there. Take it as read.
Thank you. Question?
Just one quick question, if I could, perhaps, Dave, here. Just point number 11 on page 113. When you discussed the Carters Road crossing and noted the absence of a T intersection made it problematic, is that because NZTA has indicated that they would like to see lights at a T intersection? Or is that just a like about?
It was just a general discussion about that was difficult to have traffic lights here because of the configuration of the roads.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Yep, that's good. So we're happy to move that. Dave is Chris. That's carried. Thank you. Tourism board on Tom's absence. I'll speak to that report. Just there are some places on the tourism board at the moment for independent members, but the board has decided not to populate those just at this point in time. And that's probably that website discussion with Cheviot that needs to be with Cheviot as well. but other than that, it's, I will just take that as read as well. Any questions? I'm happy to move it. Someone please second that we receive the Haranui tourism report. Thank you, Robbie. All in agreement, so please say aye. Aye. Those against, that carried. Thank you. So, councillor, I think that takes us through today's agenda. I know it's taken us a while to get through today. It seemed like we had a relatively manageable agenda, but you know, the complexities of the deliberate and determining what is the best way and what the fees and charges probably, you know, the best way to get there. Challenges each other's thinking around that, and we, you know, it was a manageable but tight decision in the end. So thank you all very much for your input. Can I just remind you all that tomorrow night here there is a community discussion drop-in from between 6 and 7 o'clock around the simplification of local government. This is designed to be a conversation starter with our community. We are probably there to do more listening than talking and just test it out, but it's a fairly fast-growing beast, I guess, at the moment. So, you know, as time goes on and more information comes available to us, you know, we will perhaps look at the opportunity to roll out through the rest of Brizzy, but you're more than welcome. It's not Swindon, it's not it's just so it's boots on the ground in the room, in the discussion, so probably more suited to Southport, but you're welcome between 6 and 7 o'clock. We've learned through experience that, you know, asking for 2.5 hour meetings doesn't cut the mustard anymore, so it's, you know, get in, have a discussion, do a lot of listening and try and, you know, promote some discussion really, so if we could just see some family basis tomorrow night. With that, I'll draw the meeting to close.
Just on that drop-in session, there will be other drop-in sessions coming up next week. So it's not a one-off drop-in session, so